Well then, welcome back. It has been a while, hasn't it? Well, sometimes life has a tendency to get in the way, but now, at long last, we're here. Many years of anticipation, and now, finally, Book of Hours for the very first time. I really hope the display works now. Yes, it does. Weather Factory, supported by Creative Europe Media. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is a forgiving sort of game. And I unfortunately didn't catch that last part. Very different opening than Cultist Simulator, which can be called many things, but certainly not forgivable. Yes, well, I clawed my way back out. Or maybe that's where I'm broadcasting from. At long last, I just installed the game for the first time earlier today. And I have, as of right now, absolutely no idea what this game has in store for us. Well, I have seen some of the trailers, but that really is it. Though earlier when testing the application to make sure the display settings were all in order, I did discover this, which I don't know what that's about. But I think we're going to leave that be for now. And I am also glad to discover that I do indeed own the Perpetual Edition. Yes. Space and death. To quote a certain someone, they're more guidelines than actual rules. At least, that's how I like to roll. Yes, I believe so. Well, God, the stomp, unfortunately, I have a carpet here, so I can't properly stomp here, but Vulcan lives! There, I hope that got captured at least halfway through the microphone. But yeah, it's basically, if I understand it correctly, nice. If I understand it correctly, having bought the game near launch means that I get access to all the DLCs that will ever come out for free, which is like, that's really, really cool of the developers. At least I think that's what it means. But I find that very, very cool, that Weather Factory. Thank you. And I think there's already an expansion out. Maybe that's this? House of Light, yes. House of Light, big expansion, but I think we won't bother with that for now. So let's dive in. Yeah, House of Light. Though, I mean, I think it's best for now if we leave that be. Maybe, I might read up on it on my own time. If it integrates seamlessly into the regular base game, then I might install it, but we'll see. The game. The good, the bad, the ugly. But damn it. Maybe we should do something about the speed of the text. I don't know if that's going to be an issue, but it's I'm worried that sometimes text is going to flash too quickly for me to catch all of it. Brankrug, March 7th, 1936. So we're advanced in the timeline by quite a bit, I think. Cultist Simulator took place, I think, exactly a decade earlier, 1926. Interesting. And I hear Traveling at Night, the CRPG currently in development, I think takes place 1956, though I might be wrong on that. But anyways, Brankrug, March 7th, 1936. There's been no librarian at Hush House since the fire. 7 years now. Suitable candidates are very difficult to find, but perhaps we have found one in you. Take care on your journey. The seas around Brankrug are treacherous. The cold comes first. The cold comes first. Thunder growling, waves pounding, and finally me, sprawled on the sodden sand of the beach. There's something in my hand. Ah, yes. I have that case. Let me... There we go. Audio. Master volume. Like so, does that sound good? Yeah, I sure hope we don't have to beat anyone to death with a rock. I mean, the flint is no more at, okay. Then I should probably turn up my own headphones a bit. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Thunder growling, waves pounding, and finally me, sprawled on the sodden sand of the beach. There's something in my hand. Health, half drowned. Shivers rack my soaked body. Your health is failing. Find somewhere to warm up. Memory, storm. There are storms great enough to shake the moon from the sky, and one's thoughts from one's skull. A drowned book. The one possession I kept from the shipwreck. It must be important to me. The aspects below tell you more about how and where you can use this item. Hover over them to learn more. Oh, interesting. They actually tell you about the aspects straight away. In Cultist Simulator, you have to stumble around quite a while until figuring out, oh my god, the aspects determine what I can do with a thing. Which, on the one hand, probably good to get people started, but on the other hand, I did also really enjoy having that aha moment in Cultist Simulator. But, I mean, we knew about the aspects already, so... Thing. The gentleman makes things his servants. The petty man is servant to things. Master Jun. Readable. There are worse things to put in your eyes than this. Journal. I began before this book, but it'll end when I do. Soaked. In peril of dissolution, intervene quickly, but not hastily. What aspects do these have? Heart, of course. The heart, relentless, beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. Of course, the thunder skin would be implicated in a storm. Sky, wind, storm, echo, song. The intricacies of mathematics and the principles of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Sky and law. Interesting. Is that a reference to the crime of the sky? Probably. Maybe, maybe not. Matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. Memory. Something remembered might be something understood. Memories can be used to help with crafting to upgrade skills. Memories disappear each dawn, except persistent ones. Is heart a new aspect, or... Well, no, it looks different. Probably not. Health. Heart. Winter. Winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. Yeah, we would know about winter. Oh, yes, that's a good point. We'll probably have to figure that out as we go along. I mean, here's also... Let's see. I wonder if I put the chat here and then myself over here. Are we... Yeah, I think that should be better. Nah, it still covers up. Maybe we don't need that sundries thing for now. Let's see here. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, that's probably best. Like so, I think that should be good. Yeah, that's good. I might also, though that's obviously something I'll have to plan for future streams, go for a more see-through version of chat. I could perhaps implement something like a fade, so that the messages further at the top, the older messages are faded somewhat. That could be helpful. Winter, right. Element of the soul. The human soul is composed of 9 elements, and this is one. Most other things have simpler souls. Each soul card can be used once a day for the kind of things you do with your soul. That usually means talking to people or crafting. Malady. Something has snared or sickened my soul. Soul cards can be malady tainted when you're exposed to dangerous influences. Oh shit, it's already counting down. Good thing there's a pause button, though I don't see any pause UI on the screen. Soul cards can be malady tainted when you're exposed to dangerous influences, sometimes when you fail in a task. Maladies cannot be exhausted, but your soul is altered and weakened, and there can be serious consequences if they go untreated. Soaked. In peril of dissolution. Intervene quickly, but not hastily. It's funny that it's the exact same aspect. The book is in peril of dissolution, and so are we. Faster, pause. Ah, okay, there we go. Slower. Unpause. Ah, yeah, okay, so I see. These 3 buttons govern. Alright. Thunder growling, waves pounding, and finally me, right. Collect. Remember, what do I have left to work with? Anything that matches the aspects below can go in this slot. Okay, so... Probably... I'm soaked, I'm freezing, but as far as I can tell, I'm still alive. You still have some health. Don't lose it. You need it if you want to be alive. What else do you have? Your single remaining possession is in a belonging slot at the top. Ah, memories and lessons. Oh god, I'm really... no matter where I go, I'm covering something up. Memories and lessons. Elements of the soul. Skills and languages. Sundries. Interesting, so it's already, it sorts itself, which is, welcome change. So the memory... I can't get my thoughts straight, but there's something in my hand. Your single remaining possession, yeah, 𝐼𝐞𝐥𝐸, okay, they want me to... I remember? Perhaps this book can help me put the pieces together. What's left? The storm didn't take everything. I remember. There was a storm. It smashed the ship like an egg. but I seized this book as the sea seized me. Then the sea brought me here to 𝐸𝐸. I'm guessing if we use health, yeah. The book's in bad shape, and I'm not much better. We're both in need of a warm, dry, safe place. And soon. Well, ourselves sooner than the book, I think, because the book doesn't have a counter. There was a storm. It smashed the ship like an egg. Right, I already read that, so let's start. There was a storm, smashed the ship like an egg, but I seized, yes, and brought me here to 𝐸𝐸. And 𝐸𝐸 is where I wanted to be, but it's hard to remember why. What else did I lose in the storm? Memory. Core? Chore? Chore is exuberance, instinct, rhythm. Do those mean something to me? An element of the soul and a memory. Interesting, I wonder which slot it'll go into then. Memory. Fet. Fet is that part of us which dreams. Are dreams important to me? And memory. Shapt. Shapt is eloquence and also understanding. The door opens both ways. Is my soul open to knowledge? Remember. Scattered memories. I can't get my thoughts straight, but there's something in my hand. Ah, okay. What remains of me? Words? The human soul has 9 parts. Eloquence and understanding rise from that part of the soul we call shapt. Is my shapt wrong? Recover this. The other 2 possibilities will be lost to the sea for now. Memory. Fet? What remains of me? Dreams? The human soul has 9 parts. Fet is the part of the soul that dreams. Is my fet strong? Chore. Exuberance, enthusiasm, instinct all rise from that part of the soul we call chore. Is my chore strong? Okay, so we have a choice already. Shapt, chore, or fet? Eloquence and understanding. Passion, I think. And dreams. Well, I kind of feel like we have to go with dreams. It's, I think, at least I feel like the most appropriate option. Okay, I really hope we didn't waste too much time on the health, half drowned already. This is the coast where 𝐸𝐸 Isle lies. I've seen it in my dreams, night after night. I know there's no way I can cross to the isle in the seas. I'll need to find shelter for the night. Memory. Fost? Fost is sight, perception, inspiration, all the glory's gifts. Is my soul a bright soul? Is my soul a bright soul? Memory. Metal. Metal is the capacity for meaningful choice. Did I prove my metal? Fet. That part of us which walks in dreams. One of the 9 parts of the human soul. Ereb? Ereb is pride, compassion, hatred, and fear. Do those passions burn in me? Wist. Wist is the name, the memory, that part which remains. Is it important to me that things endure? Alright. So now we again face a choice, I think. What remains of me? Knowledge? Wist is the soul's memory, the true name scratched on its cornerstone, what remains after the rest has passed. Choose a strong wist and a past where you sought voices that had fallen silent. The waves will wash away the others, for now. Faust. What remains of me? Light? Faust is the light within. Sight, perception, inspiration. Choose a strong Faust and a past with a pursuer who can see the light within you. The waves will wash away the others, for now. Metal. What remains of me? My strength of character. Metal is the soul's tempering. Will, self-discipline, that part of us which makes the right choice. Choose a strong metal and a past where you made mistakes. The waves will wash away the others, for now. 𝐸𝐸. What remains of me? Passion. 𝐸𝐸 is the shadow in the soul's cellar. Pride, fear, hatred, compassion. So basically the id, or the Jungian shadow, I guess. Choose a strong 𝐸𝐸 and a past where your passions were paramount. The waves will wash away the others, for now. I think I go with Faust. I mean, it does have the ocular motif, which I am all too fond of. And I think it's also an interesting mirror to our first on-stream and also my first actual Cultist Simulator playthrough where I chose the dedication of knowledge. A past with a pursuer who can see the light within us. Who knows what that will entail? Oh, and also, what's this? Rose, the rose which encompasseth all, 9 directions to new horizon. Exploration, enlightenment, hope. Interesting, does that mean... Okay, these are the aspects that are in the verb, basically, if I understand this correctly. Yeah. Alright. Perhaps here I'll find safety from what follows me. But what was that exactly? First things first. I remember there's someone in the village who will give me sanctuary, if I can get there. Mysteries have been added to our journal. We can begin to investigate them when us and our journal are both dry. Oh yeah, mystery, lantern. Greater challenges require stronger skills, and rose. An old friend's address. I first heard of Brankrug through its rector, Reverend Timothy. For years now I have been exchanging letters with him. I can find shelter for tonight under his roof. Once I've reached Brankrug village, the rector can also introduce us to other villagers. Lantern. Life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown. Lantern is the principle of the secret place sometimes called the House of the Sun, and of the light above it. An introduction. Even in this remote place, one can meet new friends, or make new enemies. And this is also sight, perception, inspiration, all the glorious gifts. Occupant. A visitor or soul element with this aspect can be placed in a guest bed to occupy it for a while. Huh? Interesting. Huh. Okay. Okay. That... okay, now I see. That's clever. Having these kind of sliders. That does probably mean I'll have to move the chat again. Let's see. Make it a teeny bit tinier. And then also move it slightly up. Like this. Hopefully that'll be good. Alright. Shelter. 𝐸𝐴𝐻 village must be nearby, but it's hard going, dragging my soaked body across the soaked sand in the teeth of this wind. Which way? Consider. So we can't reel a film, and you thought books were flammable. Phonograph record fixed in place. Okay, skill, readable, lesson, and cache. Skill, anything can be learned, everything can be forgotten. There are worse things to put in your eyes than this, right? Lesson, one step on wisdom's staircase. Use this to gain or improve a skill. Cache, something interesting must be sealed inside. Use consider on this. Okay, consider is basically, if I understand this correctly, like study. So I'm guessing, yeah, okay. Guessing is probably not a good left click to interact with objects and rooms, right click to or use cursor keys to move your view around. Okay. Ah, yeah. Ah, 𝐸𝐻 village. 𝐸𝐻 village, sanctuary in the storm. I'll need help to climb the cliffs in the dark, and the locals are suspicious of outsiders. More than ever so since the restoration and the new king. Oh. Alright, I can put... Oh, copied to clipboard. Wait, what did I... Ooh, I should probably then open... I have handily here already a txt file for notes, so I should probably use that. Though I don't know what I pressed to copy that into. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to look in your soul, but it better not be, right? But I better not find it immediately. Yeah, I do have a very clicky keyboard. Maybe I should change that one day, but we'll live, I think. So... Can I... No? Okay, so essential to go into this slot, an object must match at least one of these. And forbidden, if an object matches any of these, it can't go in this slot. Yeah, that's all familiar. Though... Okay. Can I try to... no. Tidal flats. 𝐸𝐻 is a tidal island. At low tide you could walk there, though you probably shouldn't. Okay. So, I'm wondering what I have to put in this slot. Because I would have assumed that these fit in here since they have the sky aspect. St. Brandon's Cove. Here the sea ends and the world begins. Or the other way around. After storms, the fishermen of 𝐸𝐻 village find oddities washed up here. I guess we're the latest one of those. Okay, so... Shelter. 𝐸𝐻 village must be nearby. Okay, so do I just let that expire? Could also... Yeah, I probably shouldn't study this while it's still soaked. Wouldn't want to risk damaging it, so I'll just wait this out. 𝐸𝐴𝐞𝐥𝐜 village must be nearby, but it's hard going, dragging my soaked body across the soaked stand in the teeth of this wind. Which way? Memory. Fear. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. Lovecraft. Edge. Okay, so if you click on them, it copies it to your clipboard. Okay, so if you want to keep reading, you have to hover above it. All conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and of struggle. Scale. Hard without, hard within. Hard to rouse, harder to subdue. What is left of the crude powers of the deep earth. Ah. Scale as in... So I'm guessing like an animal scale, not a, you know, weight scale. Memory. Something remembered might be something understood. Memories can be used, right. So, no. Déjà vu? Did I dream of this beach and this wind? If I did, I might remember the path I took in that dream. A path which brought me light. Okay, so that will allow us to do this. Oh, and a moth. I knew a man who captured moths in a bell jar. On nights like this, he would release them one by one to die in the candle. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. Okay, ooh, that's not good. Okay, so it seems like we're going to... So, I'm noticing this has a different size to these. Yeah, it doesn't look great. At last, the light of a hurricane lamp bobbing in the dark. As it approaches, a face looms out of the night. Fisherman's assistance. A fisherman from 𝐸𝐴𝐞𝐥𝐜 village. He can guide me up the cliff path, if he trusts me. The aspects below tell you more about how and where you can use this card. Hover over them to learn more, or to see what other things may also have these aspects. Fatigued. Alright, fatigued. Wait a little. Fatigued abilities always recover at dawn. Unless you find a faster means of recover. Okay, so it's no longer timer-based. Interesting. When this card recovers, you'll have this much rose again. When this card recovers, you'll have this much moth again. Yes, it will. No, it won't. Yes, it will. Yes, it probably will. Very moth. Alright, so we have Fisherman's Assistant. Assistance. Moon. Secrets are soft. Night is softer still. The sea speaks. It is not always wise to listen. The nocturnal, the forgotten. Sky. Skeptical. Trust can be bought or earned. Assistance. The librarian lives alone, but there's no shame in seeking assistance from others. Assistance can open new rooms or help with your studies. It disappears when used, or at dawn. Reluctant. Someone who will provide help, but only essential help. Alright, so... yeah. He won't help us up here yet because he's skeptical. Which probably means we'll have to talk to him to convince him. Also, I should probably look at that card now. Health, freezing. It's not even cold anymore. I could just lie down right here. I could sleep right here. You really need to find shelter. Uh-oh. That's not great. Come no closer. What's thy business? A name. Is there someone who might vouch for me with the village? An old friend's address. Be someone that'll speak for ye? Of course. Since 1930 and the Restoration, the locals have grown ever more suspicious of foreigners. But there is someone in 𝐸𝐸𝐸 I know. Gently and of the oldest promises. Don't think I can make that out quite yet. But I do love a mystery. Ah, okay. I was wondering earlier why these buttons were so abstract, but okay, there. I'll take ye by the cliffs then. This gentleman is no longer skeptical. Use him to unlock 𝐸𝐸𝐸 village. Also, is this not okay? It is counting down, but I still have quite a bit of time. Interesting. Okay, so now, yes. 𝐸𝐸𝐸 village, sanctuary in the storm. I'll need to climb the cliffs and the dark, and the locals are suspicious of outsiders. More than ever since the Restoration and the new king. I wonder who that, who that is, or who that refers to, because, I mean, 𝐸𝐸𝐸, that sounds British, or vaguely Anglian, so who knows? So, okay, I still have quite a bit of time with this. In the Isle's shadow, I found my way through the storm to 𝐸𝐸𝐸 village. 𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸 village. Oh. 𝐞𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐵𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐵𝐿 Bridge. 𝐞𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐵𝐿 Bridge. And nothing more over here, but there's a strange hovel here that might merit closer investigation. And then here we have the Hush House and the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, so we're probably... I would... Morbid health text, really? I don't see it anywhere here. Anyways, okay. So, Atlantic, oh god, I'm so bad at, okay, so it's between Europe and America. So my guess is it's either, an island, in the English Isles? Really? Where? Am I blind? I mean, I see that it changed here. But... Yeah, I know, it's freezing now, which... Oh shit. I didn't realize I wasn't paused. Okay. Yeah, we should really... It's not even cold anymore. I could just lie down right here. I could sleep right here. You really need to find shelter. This one? No, I did read this, right? I'm pretty sure I read this. Well, maybe I'm the one going crazy. Anyways. The Sweet Bones locked. After the Restoration of 1930, the new king's agents came looking for his enemies in these parts, and they weren't gentle about it. Since those days, the locals are suspicious of foreigners. No one in the Sweet Bones will talk to me. So, I mean, obviously this isn't referring to the British royalty in our history, because by the time, because it was during World War I, so in the 1910s and 20s it was King George, and then immediately after that Queen Elizabeth, so there was no new king in 1930. Really, maybe I read it quietly and then forgot to say it out loud. Brankirk Village. This quiet Cornish fishing village has lain long in the Isle's shadow. It might be as old as Hush House itself. And like Hush House, Brankirk Village has provided sanctuary over the years for its share of misfits and exiles. So, yeah, one of my theories would be that this is somewhere in the British Isles. The other option would be is that it's somewhere off the American coast, which is a possibility because that would place it in pretty near proximity to the Evening Isles, which wouldn't surprise me. So, okay, Sweet Bones is locked, and we have nothing to get in here. We have post office, locked. The postmistress may have something for me, once I know what to ask for. Books and journals, right. The smithy. Denzel Smith has more work than he needs, and he rarely opens his door to strangers. You need an introduction, or a mutual acquaintance marked with edge, forge, or heart, someone in a similar trade, or someone who can appeal to his secret passion for saffron cake. Oh yeah, okay. And the rectory. Reverend Timothy is a hospitable soul, but Terence, his housekeeper, guards her employer fiercely. She doesn't want his innocent theological enthusiasms getting him in trouble with the new king's men. You need an introduction, or a mutual acquaintance marked with a lantern knock or sky. Perhaps someone who shares his interest in theology or poetry. I know 2 lantern followers who would fit that description, but I think we can use this here. A clergyman distrait. The door opens a few cautious inches. Who's there, I say? Who's there? The storm wind plucks at you, plucks at the door, shakes the trees around the house. Shelter. Right. The Reverend staggers back as if he'd received a blow, and then he's bombarding me with delighted, okay, interesting, with terrified, delighted questions before I'm even through the door. Alright, so this will get that fixed, but let's first, before we continue here, oh cool, so we also see what things are in progress here. That's really neat. Mrs. and Mr. 𝐞𝐿𝐴. Mrs. 𝐞𝐿𝐴, the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Mr. 𝐞𝐿𝐴, the undertaker, is slight and wry. In these troubled times, both are wary of strangers. You need a suitably marked introduction. Check the slot. Essential. To go in this slot, an object must match at least one of these. Introduction, and then one of these aspects. Also, very, very, very interesting that, you know, Mrs. 𝐞𝐿𝐴 is a midwife and Mr. 𝐞𝐿𝐴 is an undertaker. Yeah, I mean, then I guess if it's the Atlantic, it could also be France. Britannia, the Britannic coast, or I mean, what else? Probably not German, since, I mean, that's also, or I guess, no, Spain, this doesn't really read as Spain for me, or Portugal. Yeah, so, heart and, yeah, very appropriately, heart, grail, and winter. Or I guess winter, heart, and grail, that's the order of subversion. You know, heart for life, grail for birth, and winter for endings. All under one roof. And also some lantern, interestingly. Yeah, so I'm guessing it's probably somewhere off the British Isles. It could, theoretically, I mean, though the fisherman's the fisherman there, he spoke in a very like old English way, yer and stuff like that. I think that's that sort of way of speaking is either English or New English. So I personally still wouldn't rule out this being somewhere off of the American coast, because they also spoke like that in the colonies. For example, very good example, in The Lighthouse, the movie by Robert Eggers, Willem Dafoe's character speaks in much a similar way. I mean, all of this is extremely Lighthouse coded. Yeah, exactly. A walk on the moor. Clamber up into the long reaches of the moors behind the village. Lean into the wind's fluttering fist. If I know what to look for, I might find something among the rocks. Lean into the wind's fluttering fist. Oh my god, the writing is just... it's so good. It's so good. Effort. So an element of the soul and knowledge. So with knowing what to look for and the effort to search for it, we can walk through the moor. That's what this is for. We search this. Is there anything else here before we proceed? No, seems not like it. Take shelter at the rectory. Reverend Timothy flutters fussily while Terence, the housekeeper, busies herself with practicalities. She shows me to a warm room at the top of the house where a fire is already made up. Good. Okay. Memory, foresight, wits forge and fire blast, meanings press and screw. Coleridge on Don's poetry. Huh. Oh. I also really like that all of the things in the sky are in wires, like a stage. So what are these? I think that's our quest? Question mark? You can only keep 5 things in your belongings. A 6th item will be abandoned unless it already has a home. Abandoned items will wait for you outside of the house. You outside the house. Ah, okay, I see. So, dawn? At this time, the sisters of the abbey would raise their voices in praise of the madrugada for the office of Aurora. What's happening? Spring. The world warms. Interesting. Okay, so we'll have to track... yeah, it does have, like... It's also, yeah, very deliberately, like, look like cut paper. Alright, so... Reverend Timothy is touchingly excited to meet his correspondent in person. I'm still too exhausted to hold up my end of the conversation, and Terence is not a talkative woman, but the Reverend can talk for 3. At last, however, he suddenly realizes how exhausted I am, and lets me sleep. Right, foresight and, finally, proper health. The dwelling place of the soul. The 9th of the 9 parts of the soul, the only one that can be touched. Right, so it's the body part of the soul. Nectar, the green wealth in the world's veins, the pulse of the seasons. Long ago, some called this principle blood. Okay, so there is really a bunch of new principles. We have sky, night, nectar, scale, hard without, hard within, element of the soul, and occupant. Right. Okay. Reverend Timothy's words always run ahead of him, but his thoughts always catch up. Okay, so now that it's daytime, do any of these change? No. Okay. And I have talk, and I have consider. Alright, can I? No. How do I? Speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open for me. Timothy will offer help for free, as a friend. Okay, okay. And this memory. Can we... Okay, no, we can't use this here. Nope. Wait, I can just do this. Yeah, okay. So I still think we probably shouldn't consider the drowned book yet, because I'm worried that that means damaging it. So yeah, let's speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open for me. Timothy will offer help for free, as a friend. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Ah, okay, so can we dry out a book? Yes. Reverend Timothy is not a man to miss an opportunity for conversation, so the whole business takes longer than it might, but he's anxious to help. Yeah, that's a good point. Alright. Reverend Timothy is not a man, right. Scaled book. The scaled binding has survived the soaking well enough. Rose, mystery lantern, thing, uncatalogued. There's nothing as safe as ignorance, or as dangerous. Nero Wolfe, readable and a journal. Okay, fast fatigued. Good. Okay, so now we can, I think, safely consider the book. The soul's labors. Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. Bacon. Studying requires effort. You'll always need a suitable soul card first. Okay, so yeah, we don't have that at the moment. Right, this is the music, which is also cool that we can control it. Okay then. Mist-cloaked bridge. Every so often, someone builds a bridge to the isle. Each bridge lasts 100 years, or 200, then the sea disposes of it. This was built in the 1890s, and that makes it the newest bridge. But that doesn't mean it's new. Right, so this needs repairs. Assistance, so we need help to repair the bridge. Hush House has been empty for 7 years. Those 7 years have rendered the bridge perilous. What? Which thing? Okay, so I think we'll need to progress further to gain access to these. Can we do anything here, is the question. Yeah, these sands can be treacherous. Ask a guide the way. So, although hold on, can I use my health? No, I can't. Ah, okay, because it can't have the scale aspect, whatever that might mean. What is left of the crude powers of the deep earth? Can't be, yeah, it can neither be nectar, nor scale, nor fatigued, nor melodied. Makes sense. I mean, at least the last two, these first two, I have yet to understand, but I think that's... Yeah, I mean, do rats eat books? I mean, probably, they probably use them for nesting material. But I think the more ravenous ones are the bookworms. Can I? No, okay, so... Talk. Can I do anything here? No, seems not. Then what? What can I do with the memories? Memories can be used to help with crafting and to upgrade. Okay. So... Yeah, but this doesn't need a memory, it needs an element of the soul, which are all fatigued for the rest of the day. Can we do anything today, or do we have to wait until tomorrow? Well, let's just let time pass. That sounds vaguely familiar, although... No, I think what I'm remembering is like an old children's book that was also about mice, and like a young mice disobeying its father, but it was about something else, I think. Right, fatigued. They recover at dawn, which unfortunately is behind us. So until then, what can we do? Ah, okay. Yeah, no, then I probably didn't, then I probably don't know it. I think we just have to wait for a day. Yeah. Nothing yet to do here, so yeah, let's just speed things up. Yeah. Also, I just realized this is a reprise of The Dreams Begin. Sea Holly. It's it sounds very similar. It's like a remix. Before the Great Division, this was the sixth hour, when the priests led him to the sun in splendor. Now noon, as they say, is not as it was. Perhaps the new king will change that. Oh, okay. That sounds vaguely ominous. Afternoon. The little hour called nones, when the door of the manses... Nuns or nones, who knows? When the doors of the manses are most tightly closed. For the secular, the hours when we may anticipate tea or celebrate it. Okay, so we also can't, yeah, do anything here. Yeah, we just have to wait, it seems. Dusk. It seems so. Maybe the new king is one of our playthroughs in Cultist Simulator. Who knows? In which case, we should probably stay clear of them. Dusk, night from day, silver from gold. The vesper hour when the priests would honor the rising of the evening star, 𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸 I want to see the transition of the... Do we see any... Night has fallen. Dawn will come soon. Ah, it's so pretty. Alright, then and then at dawn these should recover. So yeah, unlike Cultist Simulator, we have to time the use of these around dawn. Daybreak. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Ah yeah, okay, so we lost our memories, but we refreshed our things. That's good to know, okay. But now, finally, we can consider our scaled book here, our journal. Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. Right, the rat one. A journal? My journal? That softly scaled cover is familiar, but the storm so scattered my thoughts. Alright, so this seems to be the same both ways. I think I'm gonna go with fet. Clouds. In this country, the sky is rarely clear. Okay, so it is probably England then. The sun goes courteously cloaked. Weather. Each kind of weather brings its own influence. I can make use of these as a memory. Moon. Secrets are soft. Night is softer still. The sea speaks. It is not always wise to listen. The nocturnal, the forgotten. Moth, and yes, a memory. Well, maybe the new king is actually the one who heads the Suppression Bureau. Who knows? Although, I mean, it has been a decade since the last game, so who knows what happened to the Suppression Bureau. Okay, let's speed this up a little bit. Can also... My journal, I'm sure of it. The storm scattered my thoughts, but each page I turn is familiar. I begin to recall now why I came here, to finish my masterwork, my last map. More about your origin and your aspirations in your journal. You can now also access the Tree of Wisdoms from the top of the screen. Ah. Oh, and we gain more fat. And this is Serpent Skin Journal. I am the librarian of Hush House, and this journal will be my perpetual map. The cartographer's dearest wish, when they came to the Our House, was to chart a new history in which their impossible map would be possible. But you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the 𝐿𝐞𝐥𝐜𝐸𝐿 wisdom. Okay. Don't really know what that means, but sure. Mystery, lantern. Greater challenges require stronger skills. Memories, the cartographer. There is no map of the House of the Sun, where the invisible gods walk. How could there be, when every year it changes, and yet every year it remains the same? Tricky, certainly. Impossible? Let's see. I mean, I do have a map of the House of the Sun. It's my desktop background. Okay, interesting. So now we have additional fat. And can we study this still? Yes, we can. Lantern Revelations. I can master this mystery. Enough lantern to match mystery. Enough lantern to match mystery lantern. Right, so yeah, we have... Yeah, yes, and this is 2 lantern actually, so very nice. We can also use a skill. Okay, so let's see here. We can use soul, skill, and memory. Ah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So we could also, I mean, this doesn't have memory, this doesn't have lantern, but we could also use this to work on it, but we do have lantern here. Okay, so that should be enough. I can master this mystery. Well, doesn't seem like it. Seems they're one of dreams or of, oh yeah, also, before I forget. The Tree of Wisdoms. Scholars and adepts recognize 9 wisdoms. Though they disagree where one wisdom... Ah, come on. Is there a log here anywhere? Ah. Oh well. Maybe I'll have to look at that another time. Okay, so I did see some, like, glimpses of this, but is that... Okay. Suppression Bureau. 𝐿𝐿𝐸𝐿𝐸𝐿𝐸 𝐿𝐸𝐸𝐿𝐸𝐸𝐿𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸 you. So, okay. Did the Suppression Bureau really just censor part of our skill tree? Great. God, look at this. Look at this monstrosity. Oh my god. I mean, where do I even start? Just look at it. Amazing. Okay, so what do we have? Horomachistry. So, horomachistry. Time. So, horo is hour, machistry. Time machine? I'm not sure. So, something with the hours. Ithistry, illumination, hushery, nicodromy, skull. Oh god, this game. Scolicosophy, the Bosque, preservation, bird song. And then we have the different aspects slithering here. We have the forge, the edge having a very strange path, winter having an almost even stranger path, lantern also relatively overlookable, grail here, heart here. Are we... Where's moth? Moth? Well, typical moth, yeah. Though, what else is new, I guess? What else is new? Though, to be fair, they do, I think, in both Cultist Simulator and this game offer dyslexia font, which is very nice, though sometimes I feel like that's not just for people who are actually diagnosed with dyslexia, but sometimes just generally people with some of these goddamn words. But yeah, I think moth is just missing, which, I mean, it's moth, so it probably flew off or something. Who knows? Are any others missing? We have... So if we start with heart, that then goes to grail, which was here, and... Ah no, there's moth. There, also a fluttering path. So, heart, grail, moth, lantern, forge, edge, where was edge? There's edge, and then winter, and knock. But no secret histories, though that's not too surprising. And then here we have night arts, bright arts. Arts unregarded. Swear these were in different positions a moment ago. Who knows? Also, I really like that this moves with your scrolling. That's a really cool detail. Okay, so now that we've looked at the basics, let's go into the details. Rescued journal. My memories lie curled in my journal like a seed in winter earth. Once you've rescued and read your journal, use it to unlock the tree. I began before this book, right, Wait, where is my book? Oh, right, it's currently in use. Alright, so... And then... What was it? This said... Where is it? You might wish to begin your studies with a Nictodromy? Who knows? Probably nictodromy. Wisdom, right. So that would be this one. Yeah, it's also the matching symbol. Nictodromy 1. The knightliest of the night arts travel through the darkness and the hidden places. Okay, so yeah, we'll have to use the journal probably here to progress here, which we currently can't because it's in use. So let's return for a moment back to Drankirk Village. So can we... No. Okay, can we... Okay, yeah, he is interested in knock and lantern when it comes to talking, so nothing yet. Because we only have Fet, which is moth, and our Fost is in use here. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So can I use the plus key? Okay, that one doesn't work. Maybe these ones? Oh yeah. Right, okay. Can we... I don't think we can use anything. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to I'm probably going to do a bit of etymology research off stream, looking up the Latin roots of some of these words. Alright, there we are. I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. Fost, fatigued, as to be expected. Lesson, a path and pilgrim. I've gained more understanding of path and pilgrim. Use this card with consider. Lesson, inks of revelation. I've gained more understanding of inks of revelation. Use this card with consider. Okay, so these are memories. Lessons, persistent. Ah, okay, good. So I won't have to worry about these vanishing at the dawn. Persistent. Persistent memories survive the dawn, but when the season called Numa passes, they will depart with it. Numar comes to Brankurg in one season out of every 9, but exactly when is never certain, and years may pass without any sign of Numa's mists. Lesson: one step on wisdom's staircase. Use this to gain or improve a skill. Ah, okay, so that's what these are. They're the seasons from Cultist Simulator. But can we look at the... Is there a way to look at the next season with this? I don't think there is. Which is a departure. Right. Okay, so we have these lessons. Oh, we also have a refill button, that's useful. But now that we have our journal again... The roots of memory. There are always choices, and so there are always regrets. Unlock the tree and gain a Tryst card. Tryst, the change and the longing, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. Okay, so... Whoop. Tryst. Right, so now we have more of these. Let's put this... Pull this out a bit. Right, here I began my climb, the roots of memory. As you learn skills, you can decide where in the tree of wisdom they belong, enriching your soul as you catalog the invisible world. Alright, yeah, so this is pretty much a skill tree. Exploring the tree. Every skill could belong to one of 2 wisdoms. Decide which by signing it here. This will grow your understanding of the wisdom and reward you with an element of the soul card. 𝐞𝐿𝐴. Traveling at night is neither faster nor safer. That's why we do it. Knowledge of the ways and byways of the transmundane. Hushery. The great art of hushery understands the beauty of silence and of its sundering. Illumination. Illuminates purify the self and its surroundings. Eventually, they often cease to see any difference between the two. Ithistry. Alchemy, metallurgy, pyrotechnics. Ithistry is sometimes called the art that alters. Horomachistry. This wisdom is concerned with the laws and disagreements of the hours and their emanations. More like More like Latin, my house? Ah, lat out. I see. Yeah, well, ducking autocorrect, as always. Right, committed. I've determined where this skill should belong. In the White Kingdoms of Understanding. Okay, so once we commit a skill to a path, we can't use it on another one. And we can always choose between 2 of the 9. It's 9, right? No, not 9. No, yes, 9. 9 paths. Not perfectly aligned. Game ruined. Unplayable. Boromachistry. Right, this one is birdsong. Music, riddles, miscellanea. Less wisdom, more a body of gossip hallowed by accretion. A sniffy scholar once Lesser wisdom, more a body of gossip hallowed by accretion, a sniffy scholar once remarked. So yeah, riddles, gossip, that's the foray of the beach crow and of velvet. Preservation, healing and restoration, an unglamorous wisdom, at least to those who never wonder how the world still exists. The bosque, the wisdom of the primeval wood, rarely written, often felt. Scoliosophy, the study of things that should not be studied. Some call this a wisdom. And then back at 𝐞𝐥𝐸𝐿. I mean, I do like traveling at night, so I'm tempted by Illumination and 𝐞𝐥𝐸𝐿, which are, you know, the two. I'm guessing Faust is, you know, Illumination, and Fet then is 𝐞𝐥𝐸𝐿. Health is probably Preservation. Trist, which one's this? The Change and the Longing. Which one could this be? Maybe Ithistry, maybe... probably not Birdsong. Yeah, maybe it's Ithistry. Unclear. Although, I mean, it's moth, so maybe it's the bosque. I mean, there is certainly a bit of divine symmetry going on here, I would think at least. Mugged at night and kidnapped for bloody rituals. Well, anything can happen, really, right? But yeah, so nothing yet to put there because I need skills. These aren't skills, these are elements of the soul. Okay, yeah, skills go here. Okay, and these I think I can now use to attain skills. Savvy? Acquire Path and Pilgrim. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. Yes, please. And now, another leaf on the tree of wisdoms. Path and Pilgrim. The traveler is always returning. One who does not is no traveler. Arun Peel. This could be both birdsong and 𝐞𝐥𝐸𝐿, so we'll probably devote it to 𝐞𝐥𝐸𝐿. And then Inks of Revelation. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. Aha. So this is Lantern and Moth. This is... Oh, okay, so once we study it, or consider it, rather, it stops having... Oh no, it still has the aspects of Moth and Lantern. Hushery and Ithistry. Okay, now... I can't do anything with this on its own. Perhaps I wanted to consider a matching skill so I could increase it. Ah, okay. The inks in which the histories are revealed. So... Examine, appreciate, catalog. So... A lesson, an effort, which needs an element of the soul with either Lantern or Moth. So I could use this and then a memory. We need to fill every slot with memories which may match a power aspect, including at least one lesson. Okay, so... Ah, okay. There's always more to learn. Improve this skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting, and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms, if you haven't already committed it. Oh, okay. And this one I could also commit already, I think. So either Birdsong or 𝐞𝐥𝐬𝐴. I'm going to follow the advice of... Although, what does this give us? This gives us more chore. This would give us more fet. Speech is the key to dream. And because we are speaking apes, every night is a journey. 𝐞𝐥𝐬𝐴 is the wisdom of the paths of night. The threshold. Every traveler crosses a threshold twice. The horned axe is the owl who faces both ways at every threshold. Find the answer to her riddles in Birdsong. Do we want... I mean, they did advise us to go down 𝐞𝐥𝐬𝐴, but we already have a fet. Maybe it would be wiser to get a chore, but... Let's do this. Okay, so... Do I press this? Ah, okay. Fet. That part of us which walks in dreams. The path. Right, okay. Oh, okay, so there's also these shortcuts we can take. Interesting. Oh, I forgot to pause this. This skill is now level 2. Its power aspects have also increased. Right, 3 lantern, 2 moth. Devotable to Hushery and to Ithistry. Collect. Oh, that's the wrong button. And now, what I want to know is, can I still... Okay. I need, so I can't have a lower level thing of this. So, I could commit it to... So now this is, yeah, it's committed and attuned to fet. This is still uncommitted. And level 2. So I could use it to gain Hushery tier 2 or tier 1 of Ithistry. I mean, I'm kind of more interested in Ithistry, but at the same time I feel like maybe that would be a waste of... That might be a waste of a tier 2 knowledge. What does this give me? Whist. Name memory. That part which remains. What's this? Truths that will be. The ink called in custom terminale are permitted only to the librarians of the Watchman's Tree. Those inks can be used to reveal truths. Even truths too great for daylight. Perhaps then daylight is not bright enough. Perhaps we must find a way to kindle a light bright enough to reveal those greater truths. This would be a matter for Ithistry. And this? The inks called in custom terminae are permitted only to the librarians of the Watchman's Tree. Those inks can be used to reveal truths. Even truths that are no longer so, not since the dawn times when the sun hung red and low. and we felt its warmth like autumn. If that first and gentlest sun returned, the truths might return with it. Hushery remembers. Maybe I want to diversify a bit, so I'm gonna use it here. Because I already have Fost, so... yeah, I don't click this, I click this. Whist. Name, memory, that part which remains. Most librarians know that books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of whist and nothing else. One of the 9 parts of the human soul. Winter and lantern. Trist is moth and moon. Heart is nectar and, well, heart. Or health is heart, not, this is simply moth. This, yeah, just moth. Man, I have a lot of fat now. Right, so. So then we're one step further here. Right, back to this view then. What else can we consider? Soul, skill, memory. This has a challenge of lantern, or mystery lantern. So if we... The next page, I could add something to this journal if I could lay my hands on the suitable ink. Ah. Okay, what does this need? Just any memory, and this skill, whist. How can I use any other? The next page. So, greater challenges, this mystery lantern. Does that mean... Does that mean let's see. Attuned whist. This skill is attuned to my whist. When you committed this skill to the tree, you gained whist. Find somewhere with a matching evolve aspect, and you can use the skill. Once only to combine 2 whist cards into a stronger card. Okay, so... I'll need to apply myself, we need an element of the soul. Optionally use a skill, optionally use a memory. The next page... So what exactly are we trying to... Could add something to this journal. If I could lay my hands on a suitable ink. I mean, we do have these inks of revelation. But apparently... Forms, mastery lantern. Wait, where's that coming from? Mastery lantern, mystery lantern. Journal, readable. Mystery lantern. Let's see here. What else can we consider? This, but that won't help us. We could... element of the soul with matching power aspects. So, for example, whist. Every slot with memories. Okay, so that's... Yeah, that probably makes sense. Though to reach the house proper, we need assistance. I mean... Yeah, I mean, sure, we can always talk to... Speak with the Reverend Timothy. topic, can we bring up... What can we bring up? Okay, no, we can only bring up stuff. No, only soaked, so this only helps us in getting soaked things dry. Something for me. The postmistress regards me with the chilly gaze of a goddess image in an ancient hill shrine. The librarian, she says. Yes, I have something for you. Wait here, please. Oh. Okay. What do we need here? We need an introduction. Right. And for this, we need assistance, pence, metal, chore, or shapt. Okay, we have none of those, sadly. And for this, we'll need an introduction. Okay. So this will probably garner nothing. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Oh! Never mind. Rector's assistant. Reverend Timothy, rector of Brankrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, and a learned man, blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. Make use of the rector's help before dawn. Oh, it can also be used as an introduction. These... yeah. Cradles and coffins. A mutual acquaintance has introduced the Kills to invite me for fish supper. If I'm lucky, fish supper may mean Mrs. Killer's celebrated 𝐤𝐤𝐿𝐴𝐻𝑡s. Galettes? Go to the next completed. Oh, Postmistress returns with an envelope addressed to the librarian, Hush House, Brankrug Isle, postmarked in Wales a week ago. Okay, yeah, so we are almost definitely somewhere on the British Isles. A letter to the librarian. A letter sent to me from St. Rowan's Trust. The Trust's connection with Hush House is probably benevolent, but persistently obscure. A correspondence, and of course readable. 10-shilling note. £0.50, but not half a note. A recent innovation. 120 pence. Oh god. Ugh, yeah, okay, so it's yeah, I think that's also an option. But I was just very quickly falling into despair because a 10-shilling note, which is £0.50 and 120 pence, why can't you just have a normal currency? Why? Oh, these go down here to the, what was it called again? Sundries. What does that mean again? I don't think, yeah, no, the smithy needs edge, heart, or forge, and the rector, it doesn't have any of those aspects, so I don't think that'll work, right? Yeah. But this will work. A mutual acquaintance has introduced the Kills to invite me for a fish supper. If I'm lucky, fish supper may mean Miss Killer's celebrated 𝐤𝐿𝐴𝐻𝑡s. Okay. Hopefully that'll just unlock it and I don't have to do anything there. And I have... right. A letter, which we can almost certainly consider. Right? Yeah. Read a letter. A message for me. Read the letter. To reply instead, add ink at a desk. I mean, I'm guessing we can probably do that after we've read the letter. Night is fallen, dawn will come soon. I finished reading. Saint Roan's Trust wishes to congratulate me on my appointment as librarian of Hush House. The Trust assures me that it will provide the stipend each spring, but reminds me that its resources are limited and suggests I seek local assistance in restoring the premises. Let us know when you're all set up and ready to receive visitors, the letter concludes. It's signed simply, the trustees. Yeah, okay, so I've copy-pasted that because that's probably going to be relevant at some point. Copy-paste that into my notes. Right, we still have the letter, and that's also not at risk of going away. And now... let's see here, which aspects did you take? Knock and lantern. Okay, we don't have any more of those. But we do now have the introduction here. Mr. 𝐞𝐿𝐴 pumps my hand. Just me and thee and the missus tonight. Well, there's a client in the back, but if thee don't bother he won't bother thee. The 𝐞𝐿𝐴's household is now available. I just noticed all of these people speak remarkably old-fashioned for 1936. Like both the fishermen who we first saw, and then these people, like, it's the 1930s. People don't speak like that anymore, usually. So what is this? Right. Memory, satisfaction. Some appetites are easier to satisfy than others. Someone has finished their work. Okay, so... the house is dark. The 𝐞𝐿𝐴s will be tucked up in bed. I should be, too. Alright, so this needs an element of the soul, of winter, or heart, so... oh, but it can't be fatigued, and it can't be maladied. Don't we have... no, this is moth. This is also moth. Okay, no. So we have nothing here. We have these memories. This one is persistent, this one isn't, so unfortunately we're about to lose that one. Oh well. The postmistress will accept the offering and bestow upon me the appropriate change. Okay, so here we can change currency, or, you know, from shilling to pence, I think. So that would give us 120 pence. The eccentric currency of a fallen... oh! The eccentric currency of a fallen empire. 1 penny is 4 farthings, 12 pence are 1 shilling, and so on. 12 pence and so on, as if that explains anything. Okay, so of a fallen empire, that could either refer to the fact that, you know, in our you know, it's the 1930s, so by this point the British Empire has been dissolved, so that could refer to that as in fallen empire, or this is one of the histories where the British Empire collapsed, which was which ones was that? The one with was it Leashed Flame? I think Leashed Flame, the princes or kings of the Leashed Flame, or the disciples, I don't remember, but basically Forge followers who used the power of the Forge to conquer much of the world for the British Empire, but in the end they were cast down or something, so who knows. I doubt we'll get concrete answers anytime soon. Okay, so here we can make a change. We're about to lose this, but we can't really use it either, right? Because a lesson in. Yeah, no, this doesn't go here. Nor does this go here. Talk. Assistance. The librarian, right. Employable. This is someone we can hire for a day. Beast. When it moves, and it's not the wind, and it's not a person. Visitor. The primary route by which books enter and leave the library. The arrival of a visitor may be cause for a variety of emotions. Alright, so tomorrow then we can, I think, use the rector to get us across the bridge. Because for now we've exhausted all usable thingies. So, dawn then. There we go, yeah. Daybreak. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Yeah. It's the writing specifically here. 1 penny is 4 farthings, 12 pence are 1 shilling, and so on, as if anything is explained by that. No, lantern also suffices. So, and lantern is... You can also gain access here through through Greylar Winter, but we don't have any. Oh no, we do have... Speak with Mr. 𝐞𝐥𝐸. Mr. 𝐞𝐿𝐸 likes conversations about endings. His wife prefers to talk about beginnings. A shilling will buy his help for a day. Oh yeah, okay, but we don't need him because he's probably winter, so... Right, knock or lantern? We only have lantern. Do we use Faust or do we use Whist? I think we use Faust. Alright, and then... Oh, sunny. The sun is not what it was, but today he is smiling. Lantern, sky, weather, a memory. If we... Let's see, I think... Yeah, we need... You need to fill every slot with memories, which match a power aspect. Yeah, okay. So, if we gain 1 more memory in... What was it? Moth or lantern, we could upgrade this further. Yeah, actually... Wait, hold on, there's still clouds here. Right. Assistants. Rector's assistant, Reverend Timothy. 2 lantern, 1 knock. He should help us get across. Ah, okay. I also just realized because for Mr. and Mrs. 𝐞𝐿𝐸 we needed a shilling to get their help. And his help will always be free, so depending on, I think, if I understand it correctly, which of the aspects we choose at the beginning, that also governs which of these people are available to us at the start and which of them will always be free. whereas we'll have to pay for the others and also be introduced to them. Mist-cloaked bridge. Every so often, someone builds... Right, we've already done this. I haven't come along. Reverend Timothy's presence demands respect. Yeah, but we don't... really... Oh, we can also... we could also just buy, our way in. So, I think for now, yeah, we'll use Rector Timothy here for the bridge. But what I wanted to check... yeah, genau. Yeah, that's it. Those 7 years have rendered the bridge perilous. So, let's get to work there. Aha. 𝐸𝐿𝐴 Bridge. Hush House has been many things over the centuries, including in the nocturnal period of 1896 to 1929, a gaol. Oh, gaol, what was that again? I think that's a form of prison? No one remembers that period fondly, but at least it meant nocturnal branch paid for a new bridge. So 7 years ago, which is coincidentally also it was a gaol for since 7 years ago, which is just happens to be also the time we started corresponding with Timothy, Reverend Timothy. So, this place lies beyond the bounds of the house. As does this, yeah. Okay. Lodge at the Gate. A cottage where Hush House's groundskeeper lived. Until the fire. If I can get into the place and make it habitable, I can use it as a base for reclaiming more of the house. Oh, knock. And forge. So we can use Timothy again since he also has a knock. Or heart, I guess, but... for that we would need her, I think. Alright, so we need knock or lantern, so we have this, and we can get his help again. And in the meantime, I wanna make a change for this. And then maybe I can use it to bribe my way into 10 shillings discarnated into lesser coins. A crown, 5 shillings, 1/4 of a pound, half crown, 2.5 shillings, obviously. Florin, a shilling per side. Wait, okay. So, yeah, these are the real horrors. This is the real cosmic horror. 6pence, the silver coin of least value, but silver nonetheless. Okay. So, this is a £1/4 pound, which is 5 shillings, and for some goddamn reason, 60pence. This is 2 shillings, which means 24pence. This is... wait. This is a half shilling. Yeah, okay. Why? Why would you do it like this? What is wrong with these people? Okay, now... no room at the inn. The sweet bones is barred and shuttered against the storm. and against unwelcome visitors. There must be somewhere in the village that will give me shelter. Okay. A wary welcome at the inn. In time of the Heptarchy, a ring giver was accounted generous. A ring giver was accounted generous. In this bright and civilized century, a beer buyer enjoys the same regard. Ah. Okay, so this needs... It doesn't specify... Okay, so this isn't enough, a sixpence, but a florin is enough. A half crown? Oh, also enough. Wait, so which one? No, okay, a half crown was 30 pence, 2.5 shillings, and a florin was a shilling per side. Oh my god, okay. So can I break this one down further? This will give me a florin and a sixpence. Okay, so there's no... okay, if I... Wait. Where did that half crown come from? Huh? Wait, what did I... So... I had a... Wait, these are the exact same number of currency I had before. What? This is genuinely more confusing and eldritch than any of the secret history stuff we've dealt with thus far. I can't believe it. What is going on? I'm going insane. Anyways, Timothy again. Okay. Lodge. Ooh. That was wrong. Lodge at the gate. No! Now it's a 10 shilling note again. No! A cottage where Hutch House's groundskeeper lived. Until the fire, if I can get into the place and make it habitable, I can use it as a base for reclaiming more of the house. Okay, so this will take some time. Time we can, I guess, use to further fret over this nightmare currency. So, I want to know, can I break down the florin into something that isn't just more sixpence? 3 pence, shilling, 2 pence, 6 pence, penny. Okay, 3 pence, or threepence, or threepenny bit. Like 2 pence, but more so. Of course. Shilling. 12 pence, or, if you prefer, 1/20th of a pound. Why? Why does it have to be so complicated? 2 pence, or if you prefer, tuppence. A sort of Janus of pennies. And then another 6 pence. The silver coin, yeah. And then a penny, the smallest denomination of coin, except for the smaller ones. Wait, what do you mean smaller ones? There's more? Okay, is a shilling enough to get me... Ah, okay. So... a shilling is enough to get me in here. Yeah, I don't... So... What was it again? Okay, so 4 farthings make 1 pence, and 12 of those make a shilling. And then, wait, this is half a shilling, and then, yeah, this is 2.5 shillings, which are 12 pence. So, yeah. Okay. So 12 pence make a shilling, 5 shilling make a crown, and I don't know how many crowns. I think 10 crowns or something like that. No. 20 shillings make something else. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Honestly, I don't think this is the Watchman. This is probably the Moth or some other or some other bastard of the wood. Okay, so shilling is I think the cheapest way, because if we try this with a 6 pence, that's not enough, but a shilling is. So yeah, we can use this, and then if we sort this, it dissolves back into a shilling, a 6 pence, a crown, and a half crown, which are in total 98 pence. Because we had 120, no, we had 120 and these are 12, so it's 108 pence. We still have, okay. Be calm, be calm. I bought a round for everyone, and another, and one more for luck, and thus I was accounted not so bad for a foreigner. I'll find a warmer welcome here next time. Memory, solace, peace after trouble. Damn it! If only that was moth or lantern, then we could upgrade it already. Me, mine. The Sweet Bones has been the public house in Brankrug since Cromwell's time, whatever that is. Guests looking for discreet employment or for discreet assistance congregate in the snug. Manual labor. There's not much work on offer in Brankrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Or add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. Ah yeah, okay. Fortune telling. Okay, so here we can do work. And if I then seek unusual help. Okay. I mean, I don't know how long this is going to take, but I mean, while this is still underway, we might as well do some manual labor. Or no, let's do some fortune telling, because we have more fat to burn. Fortune telling. I've garnered enough mystique to tell fortunes for pennies. Undignified, perhaps, for the librarian of Hush House, but times are hard. Or add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. Okay, this also takes 60 seconds, but we can live with that. Then meanwhile, what did we need here again? Forge, heart, or edge. My guess is we can probably... Mrs. 𝐞𝐿𝐴 probably has heart. I guess that maybe depends on how much money we burn, but I think it's just going to be hirelings. But it would be very funny. No, I just have the mental image of King Crucible downing a pint, but as he's downing it, it all just evaporates because, you know, he's King Crucible. Damn it, I missed that text. Anyways. Keeper's Lodge. For 500 years, in the times we call baronial, curia, nocturnal, there was always a keeper to watch the ways, weed the gardens, mend the roof where the sun was when the sun was shining. There is no keeper now, but the lodge's roof still weathers the storms of Brankrug Bay. What? Baronial period. In the 16th century, the de Wolf family became the barons of Brankrug, governing the isle as their personal estate, until 1759, when their line ended in madness and death. Looks like someone played Cultist Simulator. De Wolf family, the baronial period. Yeah, I'm going to jot that down. That seems like one of the more important ones. There we go. Very useful that they automatically copy-paste it to your clipboard. Okay, so we have no keeper. Is there anything we can do in this? Oh. Bookshelf. Unlabeled. Oh wow, we can really zoom in here. Books live happily upright here, but other things are permitted to join them. Unlabeled. Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. King Crucible. Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's uncatalogued book, nocturnal. So, okay. Look at that. Traveling at night. Ooh. Volume 2 and Volume 1, yes? Yes. Three uncatalogued books from 3 different time periods. A shaving mirror, snip snip. Wall art. You could describe the whole house as a book, although it would be troublesome to index. 𝐶&H second flush Assam packet. Tea from the land of the real unicorn. Imported by Cater and Hero. Ah! Okay, yeah, so... I mean, okay, it was already clear with this whole nightmare, but... So it's definitely... It's definitely England because Cater and Hero was a London company, which we know because, you know, it's one of the explorable places in the capital, which is, you know, London. But I thought they went bust, because their warehouse exploded where both of the owners died. So maybe that didn't happen in this history, or maybe this tea is just really, really old, several decades. the 𝐸𝐞𝐿𝐴. It's dividing, making change for pounds, a ritual only attempted by foolish adepts in desperate times. Anyways, okay, wait, tea has edge? All conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and of struggle. Knock. The principle called 𝐸𝐞 permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. 𝐸𝐞 opens doors and unseams barriers. Lantern, a thing, leaf, the hands of a plant. I mean, it's more like the lungs, but sure. Brewable, ready to be steepled or warmed or transformed. Use this at a fireplace or kitchen range. Ah, okay, so we can probably use that there. Man, there is a lot of stuff here. Hush House Key. Heavy enough that it takes both hands to turn. Heavy enough to brain someone. Though you'd need both hands for that, too. Maybe that's why it has the winter aspect. And 𝐸𝐞, of course. Key. That part of the soul called shapt is left outside the white door of the mansis. A key in the as a key in the door. Or as a sword outside a king's hall, if you listen to the noble endeavor. Okay, so yeah, we probably need this. The key. What else is here? Basket of clean linen. A nighttime luxury. Woven, take this to a workbench to render it into rags. Restorative, for rest and recovery. Something that will help you recover from maladies if you use it in bed with sufficient suitable power aspects, especially but not exclusively if it has useful power aspects itself. And we have dandelion wine, homemade flower wine, liquid, what seeks the depths, flees the heights, and cannot be constrained by any chain ever forged. Question mark. What seeks the depths, flees the heights. Ah yeah, okay, and cannot be constrained by any chain ever forged. Yeah, a liquid. Clever. Beverage. There are some things it's wiser to drink in the morning, and others it's wiser to drink in the evening. This is probably the latter. Restorative. Intoxicating. Quick, bring me a beaker of wine, so that I may wet my mind and say something clever. Aristophanes. Cooking ingredient. This will be part of something greater. When you have House of Light, cooking ingredients can be used for cooking and making food in the kitchen. Oh, okay. So then I should probably get on that. To serve. Use a store of glasses or cups to pour this out. Man, this goes deep. Nectar, the green wealth in the world's veins, the pulse of the seasons. Long ago, some called this principle blood. Oh man. A guest bed, lodge, stout, rustic, snug. Use a matching soul card to move your belongings in and make this your bed, or place a matching visitor card to encourage them to stay a little longer. Okay. So we really are like, this is really just... So this game really is like hotel manager. Fractured mirror, cracked and fly speckled. Wall art. Although it would be troublesome, you could describe the whole house as a book, although it would be troublesome to index. A shaving mirror, so that one seems to work. A potted dragon tree, a determined spiky little survivor. Scale, thing, leaf. What else are things here? All of that, all of that, all of that. Dear Lord. Okay, straw cushioned chair, upholstered without any particular skill. Lantern and comfort. Hush House has been called bleak, but usually only by those who have never been inside. Well, let's hope so. What's this? Shadowless silk. A variant of the Persian silk tree, golden as the shadowless kings. Wait, silk tree? But isn't silk made from moss? Honestly, I would not be surprised if there's fishing. Honestly, I would not be surprised if House of Light adds fishing. Like, I mean, we're already by the sea, so... And there's... The first person we met is a fisherman, so... I don't know. It's also very interesting that, you know, Cultist Simulator had a board, and this just has, like, instead of a board, have a whole ass island. Just straight up an island full of stuff. So what was this flower? The hair of a plant. I mean, no, flowers are another thing which maybe we don't have to talk about, what flowers are, which organ. So comfort, we don't really know what that does. Pillis oat bread, gritty bread made with the hardy ancient oats that grow at land's end. Nectar, rose, the rose which encompasseth all, 9 directions to a new horizons. 9? But, I mean, compass rose only has 8. Maybe the final one is inwards or something like that? Who knows? Sustenance. The bad live that they may eat and drink. The good eat and drink that they may live. Socrates. Right. First course, generally eaten as a light snack, before a main course. Bread. The grains suffer so, that they may enter into us and be one with us. Cooking ingredient, right? Forge. Fire, I once read, is the winter that warms and the spring that consumes. The principle of forge transforms and destroys. Heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that contains and preserves. Okay, so sustenance. There's also eating, but we don't have any, or at least for now, we haven't encountered any hunger mechanics. Serve here. Plates, cups, and glasses, so that if I want to offer someone wine, I needn't give them the whole bottle. Ah yeah, okay. So theoretically we could pour out some of the wine here. Probably means, if I had to guess, it probably, the nectar aspect here notes how many servings it has. Does it actually, or is that just having a bit of a jest on your part? Lodge fireplace. Fire always accepts gifts and boils the kettle for tea. So we need an element of the soul, and we can... Ah, we can burn letters, I guess. The gentleman makes things his serve. Yeah. So this first has to be brewed, probably. So if we were to put this here. If I cast an object into the fire, it will be transformed, destroyed, lost. If the item is brewable, add a soul card to brew it instead of destroying it. Brew over the fire. Does it have to be... Let's see. This tea has edge, knock, and lantern. And this doesn't really have anything to do with that, so... So we could brew the tea. This is where we can serve things. And then... Oh, we also have this. A honey scar scented candle. A candle scented with honey scarred jasmine. Forge, rose thing, candle. They generally burn brighter, but we generally burn longer. Light, so we can see, or so we can celebrate. And then, of course, the books. The annotated dream journals of Christopher Illipoli, sometimes called the only readable occultists. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. Ooh, I just noticed there's a bunch of aspects here. Tally price. a price as the invisible world would reckon it, paid in uncommon currency, like the tokens called 𝐼𝐶. Right, that means that it has value. Mystery, knock. Greater challenges require stronger skills. It's readable, it's a thing. Subject, edicts liminal. The precepts of limitation and division, established by the enigmatic conclave of hours, sometimes called the chancel. A conclave of hours. I didn't know they had... I mean, no, I guess I did know they had factions, or at least, like, little cliques that they form into. I wonder which hours are part of this conclave. The chancel. Well, probably the Horned Axe, the Mother of Ants. Are there any more knock? Any more knock hours? Nocturnal period. By the beginning of the 20th century, an unwise librarian's enthusiasms had brought Hush House to penury. Nocturnal branch, later the Suppression Bureau, stepped in to offer an arrangement. Hush House received funding, but submitted to yearly inspections, and also surrendered a portion to the Isle for the branch's prison. Yeah, so that was the nocturnal period, a gaol. So it was a prison for the Suppression Bureau until very recently. Damn, that probably means that in Cultist Simulator, if we get the Bars Across the Sun game over, that probably means our character then ended up here. Right? Because this was the prison of the Suppression Bureau. Interesting. Okay, that's the nocturnal period, which is also... so what was it? Nocturnal period 1896 to 1929. So everything that happened in Cultist Simulator is part of the nocturnal period, which would explain, of course, why traveling at night is of the nocturnal period. The second volume instead has the subjects, instead of edicts liminal, sights and sensations. To mix the rarest colors, a merciless detachment is required. And it has mystery sky instead of mystery knock, and also stronger mysteries. And then we have 3 uncatalogued books: Baronial, Curia, and Nocturnal. I'm guessing some of the books from Cultist Simulator will probably make a return. That's exciting to think about. But anyways, enough faffing about. I think... yeah. The great gate of the house. The walls of the house tower above me. I've been told that it was abandoned after a fire, but there's no sign of any such thing. The building will no doubt need restoration, but it's in better shape than I'd feared. Books are the memory that does not die, reads the inscription above the gate, in 5 different languages. If we remember the intro. Wait, what was... ah, okay, so for some reason that also shows up there. Well, let's unlock it. 60 seconds, okay. Yeah. Books, like all memories, have to be actively preserved. Soul's labors. Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. So we need skill, soul, memory. Or I guess that's the things we can provide. This will give us 3 lantern, 2 knock, 2 moth. This will give us 2 rose. Okay. Is that an aspect? I didn't think so. So this is Mystery Knock, this is Mystery Sky, and we don't really have any of that available to us, so let's just leave this here. Can we... Some books are studying requires effort, you always need a suitable soul card first, so... Or just any? Catalog a baronial period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. Contaminated? Ah, okay. So, I was just, the main reason why I was wondering about that is because it has, all the other aspects have a circular outline, and it has one of those, what I would describe as an Art Deco outline. Maybe, although, considering, you know, this is still, you know, a work technically in the cosmic horror genre, mainly both Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours mainly being inspired by The King in Yellow, I think contaminated means that if we read it, there's a chance something will go very wrong with our mind. Yeah, I want to see... Okay, we can't use health, because it won't allow nectar or scale. But we can use any other? Does it matter? I guess not. Then let's catalog it. In the meantime, yeah, we're still working here. It's a bit odd to think about that we can basically be everywhere on the island at once, as long as we have enough soul cards. But, I mean, that's also how Cultist Simulator worked. It's just, I guess it feels kind of stranger here because the island is such a literal space. Or, I guess, strange maybe isn't the correct word, more like unusual. Workbench rendered to rags. Right. This is restorative. Okay, so maladies. Stout rustic snug. Use a matching soul card to move your belongings in and make this your bed, or place a matching visitor card to encourage them to stay a little longer. We need occupant, heart, or interested in heart. Okay, yeah, that means we could move in here with our health. Camp. I'll make this my lodgings for the time being. Move your belongings into this room. You can then use this bed to rest soul cards and recover maladies. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, let's do it then. 1 minute and 30 seconds, I think that means. Yeah, if there's no S behind it, it means minutes. Okay. Letter to the librarian. We need, what wouldn't do we need? From this a writing desk, which there is none in the house, or none in the lodge. So we'll hopefully be able to find something in the house proper. Meantime, what was this again? Moth and moon. What did you want again? Right, introductions there already. I'm working here. Yeah, so then let's just let this play out. And then... Okay, so this is also... Ah, okay. So this allows us to go to all the... The fortunes I tell may be true, and they may be real. The money, at least, is real. Pfft, 2p. Okay. That's not exactly great. Right, Solace, Sunny. One more lantern or moth memory. But how would I get that? That's probably gonna be one of the early game trials, trying to figure out, yeah, though, I mean, the text was... What was it? Yeah. To get tell fortune for pennies, so... I think with our health we can go for 6p, I think it said. So that will probably be more profitable. And we can also get hired help, though how helpful that will actually be, don't know. This is Rose, yeah. Okay, so... Now I have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. In the Maliary, a lively account of the creation of each jewel at the world's beginning. Ooh, this one's really valuable. Mystery, a lantern. Ah, there we go. Greater challenges require stronger skills. Readable, a thing, subject, Anbury and Ladipari. Lightning is a little life, and jewels are its eyes. Eva de Wolf, Codex, and yes, from the baronial period, just like this place itself. So, I think I can study this already, because I have this, and this. Huh? Oh. Okay, so we always need a soul card. And, yeah, of course we don't have any lantern soul cards anymore. But at least, well, at least with the Faust soul card we won't need the Sunny thing, which will probably lose unaltered. Right, we're still moving in, 60 seconds there. I could use more... I guess I could use more... Fett or Trist to work at the Sweet Bones as a fortune teller. It doesn't seem that worth it. So we can't recruit the help of him, but we... Does any of this... Oh yeah, we could... No, wait, huh? No, this doesn't... Moth and Rose. Okay, no, Winter. This has Winter, so... we can use it eventually for Mr. 𝐸𝐿𝐴, who knows, maybe that'll help us in something. Alright, let's speed this up a little. There we go. Okay, so that consumed the key. Watchman's Tower, Gatehouse. Back in the 11th century, Brian of Brittany built the tower and its gate to protect St. Brandon's Abbey, as Hush House was then known. Later, the Barons de Wolf de Wolf? The Barons de Wolf. Ah, okay, now I get it. Strengthened the gate against their many enemies. But it's a long time now since Hush House was any kind of fortress, and by the time of the scholars of the Curia took possession, this place had long been a comfortable waiting room for visitors to the house too minor to merit immediate attention. Also baronial period. I wonder if Curia, let's see, until 1759, and the nocturnal period was 18. Okay, so Curia, the Curia period is probably what's it between those two? Right, I also have this, so I can put this here, and then I can also try and decipher this. Catalog a Curia, though before we do this, maybe we can use one of those skills to unlock more of the house. Gatehouse stairs. The stairs to the room above are blocked with debris, and the plaster is peeling from the walls. I'll need help from the village to clear and restore the place. We need a helper who is either two lantern or two forge. I think, yeah, the Reverend Timothy can help us with that, because I think he has two lantern. And then we also have the cloistered garden. I can make out a green and shaded place, but it's choked with weeds and thorns. I'll need help to clear the space. And in this case we need help with either two lantern or two nectar. Okay, so nectar is also one of the aspects then. Is there like a hierarchy? Are there like minor aspects? Because none of these new aspects show up here. I think. So... who knows? Yeah. Okay, then let's consider this thing. Catalog a Curia period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly 1700s to 1800s. Yeah, okay, so I was right. If I examine it, I can learn more about that knowledge what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. Actually, what did it say about the nocturnal period? Yeah, this one doesn't say anything about contamination, which... I mean, the other two say they're rarely contaminated, and this one says nothing about contamination, which... I don't know if I like that. Alright, so we're about to move in. Camp. This is a safe place for me now, to the extent that dreams are safe. Stout, rustic, snug. Add a fatigued soul card to nap, a melodied soul card to cure it, or, once night has fallen, a memory to dream on it. Ah, okay. Soul skill memory restore with... Ah, yeah. Okay, so, for example, if I have a Faust that needs restoring, I could settle in for a nap with a cup of something warming or a glass of something soothing. Add something restorative, like a beverage or fresh linen, to restore your soul card without waiting overnight. Aha, okay, so it needs, so consumables basically allow us to recover skill cards faster. I mean, Did it say containment? Because I think it said Barovial period. Didn't say contained, it said contaminated, which is, you know, like a disease or, you know, some sort of pathogen. So I think my current theory is that contaminated probably means something akin to a cognitohazard. So, I don't know. Now we have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. Musgrave's sketches. Musgrave, 4th Baron Bancroft, was widely mocked as the Bleating Baron and the Lambda Wolf, but these sketches reveal a complex, somber inner life. So, tally price, Mystery Winter 8, okay. Curia period. In the 18th century, a secretive cabal of scholars established the Curia of the Isle to manage Hush House, making it a haven of knowledge until 1896, when a disgraced librarian brought the house to penury. Okay, so the Curia period ended when, if I understand it correctly, they were ratted out by a disgraced librarian, which meant the Suppression Bureau moved in force and basically occupied the place. Codex and subjects, sights and sensations. To mix the right, we already had that. To mix the rarest colors, a merciless detachment is required. Yeah, maybe something like that. Getting some sort of melody. Alright, so now my question is, the other two said these periods are rarely contaminated. If this one also says that, okay, this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period, after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are almost never contaminated. Okay, so that confirms to me two things. Firstly, there are more than these 3 periods, probably much more. And probably the further back we go in the periods, the higher the chance of contamination, whatever that might mean. So, but also, you know, as in Cultist Simulator, the older a book, the better the lore you could get from it usually. And also, if I remember correctly, yeah, I mean, the older books from the more dangerous expeditions also had a greater risk to gain you dread or fascination when you read them. Right, after the turn of the century. Though, I think the nocturnal period goes slightly before the turn of the century, but I mean, who knows? Right, what did this require? Right, 8 winter, which is not something we can really... Now the question I have... Is it worthwhile to... restore our Faust, because then we could use it to unlock that one book right away. Sure. Something restorative like a beverage or fresh limb to restore your soul card without waiting overnight. Right, so we can use this linen A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Restore a fatigued soul card. So I hope these aren't like super rare and I'm wasting one of them right now. But, I don't know, it probably pays off to be a little bit daring. Does this say how long this will take? No. Ooh. That's pretty long. Now I have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. Ah, the locksmith's stream. Trespasses. The third volume of 𝐇𝐮𝐬𝐡's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. Yeah, the nocturnal period. And this is Knock 6. Alright, so let's sort these a bit. Locksmith Stream right next to Traveling at Night. And this in front of this because that's, yeah, okay. Now, do we have any more things we could do? No, I don't think so. Nothing but wait until our... I'm gonna forget all these names for quite a while. Our Fost is restored. I deserved a little quiet time. Basket of dirty laundry. Once washed, it'll be suitable again. Ah, okay. Soiled. Something that needs cleaning. Okay, so it's not consumed, it's just made unusable. Something that needs cleaning once washed. Where could we wash that? Probably nowhere here, but... Okay, that's interesting. And now we can study in the Maliary. Because we have Fost. Perhaps you've provided lantern, but not enough to match mystery lantern. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. Okay, but no matter, we have lantern revelations. I can master this mystery. Enough lantern to match mystery lantern. Yeah, though until we get there might be a while. We have to do this blueprints nonsense. It's funny because when I played Blueprints, I was like sometimes reminded of Cultist Simulator, and now this is even more similar. Right. I wonder if we ever get more text about the books, like in Cultist Simulator. Because that, thus far, right. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. Okay, so now this memory will soon be dream on a memory. Now that night has fallen, I can rest, perhaps dream of the day's doings. Dreaming on a memory will preserve it past dawn, allowing us to keep it until the following day. Ah, okay, so we can preserve one memory. Oh, but only certain memories. In this case, Forge, Heart, and Knock. Knock and Scale memories. And this is Heart. This doesn't have any of those aspects, so we can't dream of it here. The different beds probably allow us to dream of different memories. Building sim where you make temples and supernatural. I don't don't think I know what you're referencing right now. Nah, it's not not coming to mind. Right, would have wished I could have preserved the Sunny memory, but I guess not. Yeah, but I figured that, but I had guessed you were joking. I just hadn't guessed the joke itself, the meaning of it, so to speak. Right, let's preserve this. Would have been nice to preserve the Sunny memory, since that would have gotten us further on upgrading this skill, but yeah, well, can't have everything. A dream on a memory. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. Oh, so will it exactly... Yeah, I think this exactly... That's interesting. A timer synchronized to these daytimes. Yeah. The sun is not what it was, but today he was smiling. Not anymore, though. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will... yeah. So... we still have this memory, though... I mean, it's not that useful to us at the moment. Oh, wait. I just realized we've completely wasted the laundry. Because now this is going to be exhausted, but dawn has already come. Well. One thing I wish there was like a way to tell how many seconds until the next dawn or the next, you know, time of day. That would be useful. Well, anyways, at least we'll have unlocked the mysteries of this book, if nothing else. Oh, gale. Trees bend, walls creak, travelers bend low against the blast. Sky and heart. Strong in those aspects. Much stronger than this one. Okay, so... actually, yeah, let's see if... manual labor. There's not much work on offer in Brankrug, but I can find 6p worth of odd jobs. So, let's see if this actually gives us a 6p. And let's... yeah, let's talk to Mr. 𝐞𝐿𝐴. Mr. 𝐞𝐿𝐴 likes conversations about endings. His wife prefers to talk about beginnings. A shilling will buy his help for a day. Okay, a full shilling, which is... well, that's not little. In that case, I'd probably want to make sure I can use him, which I don't. So yeah, no, I'm gonna go instead with Old Faithful, the good old Timothy, Reverend Timothy. Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free, as a friend. So yeah, we can use him both for this and this, right? Yeah, this needs lantern too. This needs lantern too. The cloistered garden and the gatehouse stairs. Which one do we want to unlock first? I think the stairs. I like to be methodical, work my way from right to left. So, whist. And then Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Now, we have him, yeah, 2 lanterns, so he can help us in both of those. He's really useful. And then... Yeah, how time flies. Yeah, right, we can use him in both of these, right? Yes. Although, why is one of them glowing green and the other... Huh. Anyways, I'll go for the gatehouse stairs first. The stairs to the room above are blocked with debris, and the plaster is peeling from the walls. I'll need help from the village to clear and restore the place. There we go. Yeah, I have my trusted flask with me here. Smooth passage. Then, can we do... Right, we're about to finish with this book. I wish we'd done it before daybreak, but... oh well. Can't have everything in life, I suppose. Yeah, so now the Faust is fatigued, so we use those linens for almost nothing. Lantern, Revelations. I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it conceals. Okay, lively, yes, but also almost entirely nonsense. Pearl, the tears of the forgotten moon, caught by the linesmith in his net. Ruby, the blood of the first bird, stung by the linesmith's hammer. The author is either terribly misinformed of the nature of the hour, or, one begins to suspect, intentionally throwing up a smokescreen to confuse seekers of the invisible arts. But there are some useful crumbs of fact to be picked out of the daft and gaping cracks. Okay, I probably should jot this down. In the Maliari. There we go. And then I've read, and that's also for here. There we go. Okay. And we get, yeah, Faust sadly exhausted. Lesson, Anbury and Lapidary. I've gained more understanding of Anbury and Lapidary. Use this card with consider. And a memory of foresight. Wits forge and fire blasts. Meanings press and screw. Coleridge on Don's poetry. Hold on. This has forge, so we can preserve this knowledge, and it has a lantern aspect, which means we can eventually use it for the Inks of Revelation to upgrade it. That's very nice. But for now, let's acquire Anbury and Lapidary. A new skill. If I understand correctly, the skills here, I mean, it's made pretty clear also by their design. They're the stand-in for lore this time around. But, interestingly enough, they're not actually, you know, locked into a specific lore aspect, and you can then decide to dedicate them to any of these, and you can theoretically put them in any of the slots, just so long as they're the appropriate level. It's very interesting, because of like, it's similar to how it works in Cultist Simulator, that yet also very different. Oop, that's not what I wanted. This automatically sorts. Should have probably known that, since that's also how it works in Cultist Sim, but I digress. Okay. Now, Something restorative. Like a beverage, fresh linen. Do I want to... Let's brew some tea over the fire. Bring water to the boil. Permit the potential here to express itself. I wonder if it's relevant to add matching lore aspects to these, but I'm gonna try without matching them. Yeah. Because if I have this, if I understand this correctly, this will probably then give me like tea in a kettle or something similar, which I can then probably use to serve. Meanwhile, how is our work progressing? It's also going to be done soon. Can we do anything in the meanwhile? Not really. Because, yeah, we don't really have anyone to... Anbury and lapidary. Another leaf on the tree of wisdoms. Lightning is a little life, and jewels are its eyes. Eva de Wolf. Horomachistry? This wisdom is concerned with the laws and disagreements of the hours, and their emanations, and ithistry. Alchemy, metallurgy, pyrotechnics. Ithistry is sometimes called the art that alters, right? We already read all of that. So, yeah, we can now decide to dedicate this to something. If we dedicate it to ithistry, we get a Faust. Amber, the bright arts speak of a shining city unbuilt. One day we might build it like a jewel in the sea, with a fountain stone of amber. This would be a great work of ithistry. And black sapphire. The bright arts speak of a shining city unbuilt. One day we might build it in the Mansus, the great house of dreams, or the foundation stone of black sapphire. This would be a great matter of horomachistry. Shining city unbuilt, like a jewel in the sea, or in the Mansus. Interesting. But yeah, we're of course obviously going to dedicate it to ithistry because we already have 3 fets and we desperately need more Faust. So lightning is little life and jewels are its eyes. Another Faust. Very nice. Steam and scent both rise. It's ready. Kaito and Hero's second flush Assam. Pot. Tea from the land of the real unicorn, imported by Kato and Hero. Right, this is to serve. So... though, honestly... let's put this... oh. Huh. Okay, that's good to know. Once we've picked something up from the environment, we can't just put it down again. Right, here we can pour out. Though I wonder what of this determines how many servings it has. I don't see anything. I think there's no expiration, it's just basically, the way I understand it is, you know, you have to expend a soul card to brew the tea, but once you've successfully brewed it, it's, at least I think, I don't see any expiration here. Although, let's see. Lantern, thing, liquid, beverage. To serve, cooking ingredient. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's any risk of it expiring. So, do we use it right now? Probably not. Because we still have that one FOST we can use to gain the help of Timothy again. As they used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Ah. In my youth, you know, back in Cultist Simulator. Nice. Yeah, okay, so this does give us a 6 pence, which is like a shilling. Yeah, okay. So 2 6 pence give us a shilling, and 2 shillings then give us a florin. Yeah, that probably makes sense. And then if we had another 6 pence, we could turn it back into a 10 shilling note. Yeah. That makes sense, I think. And meanwhile... we could fortune tell with some of our leftover fat, but at the same time, maybe there's something here we can use it for. Let's see. Desk, Eva. A magnificent 18th century secretary desk commissioned for Lady Eva de Wolf, last of the Brancraig de Wolfs, so from the baronial period. So, challenges. Apprentice level challenge. Scholar level challenges, keeper level challenges. Apprentice level challenges. The simpler techniques require skill alone. For basic recipes, provide 5 degrees of the relevant aspect. Scholar level challenges. More advanced techniques require power as well as significant skill. For more challenges and recipes, provide 10 degrees of the relevant aspect. Every scholar level recipe also needs an ingredient with a specific aspect. Keeper level challenges, available only to the wise, the great, or the most fortunate of idiots. For the most challenging recipes, provide 15 degrees of the relevant aspect. Every keeper level recipe also needs a very specific ingredient. The perfect ingredient may even mean you need less aspect. Okay, so... what exactly... skill? I'm ready, but for what? Add a skill card. Try to match power aspects if you want to create something. So, is this 𝐸𝐞𝐥𝐬𝐴 ink, a variant of iron gall ink, particularly difficult to erase, a minor ink of power. So, how am I meant to... is this like a crafting table or mirror scope? A bewildering and occasionally useful tool. One reason the apes beat the Beatles. Oh. The apes, our ancestors, and the Beatles The carapace. Walter de Wolf. The bust is carved from serpentinite, a striking local stone. Hold on, Walter de Wolf, wasn't that... No, this was Musgrave de Wolf. And this is Walter de Wolf. Scale and thing. Okay, and what else do we have here? A star-strewn chair, which has moon aspect and comfort. Still don't know what exactly that means. Velvet smooth as midnight. Star-strewn chair, velvet smooth as midnight. As above, so below. A framed page of illustrated vellum. Up close, the colors dazzle and puzzle. The main mantra of the alchemists. Sky and wall art, and yeah. Baron Silence's astrolabe. Thomas de Wolf used this armillary, a spherical astrolabe, in his calculations, but it's much older than he was. Tool, another tool, good. This one was a thing, so we can pick it up. And there's also several bookshelves here, with a bunch of catalogued books from the Curia and baronial periods. And there's empty bookshelves here where we can deposit stuff. Good, good, good. So then let's get to cataloging. Yeah, he looks... I don't know. Well, that definitely doesn't look happy. Let's put it like that. Okay, so once we've... Okay, I want to try something. If... Dawnline coffee. Coffee from beyond the great deserts. Material. Something with the potential to become something. If I put it in something. Brewable. So if I pick this up... Oh. Oh! Oh, so I can put these back down. Okay. That's good to know. Ooh, I can also move these around. Yeah, this... Damn. This is dangerous. I might spend like a completely unreasonable amount of time decorating the Hush House. Yeah, let's... Although, no, let's keep one in our inventory so we can have it ready right away. Yeah, like, you can genuinely like, move everything. Also, I've just noticed, I think we haven't actually explored this place yet, which was the Watchman's Tower. Serena Blackwood. This bust is carved from alabaster. The Tattered Outlaw. Thurza Blake, 7th librarian of Hush House, liked painting donkeys. No one else liked her donkey paintings, but Thurza never much cared what other people liked. I should probably jot this down, because same with the different... Serena Blackwood, not De Wolf? Yeah, I mean, if you like donkey paintings, you go. Ravenline Summer, a dry spell in a still place. Forge and nectar. Vase of gorse, a Cornish plant, as Cornish a plant as any. Leaf. Treasury of shelters. It's like an armory for not getting pneumonia. Oh right, shelters. Umbrellas. Also, can I move? Oh no. Okay, so I can just straight up move everything around. This is dangerous. Expansive chair. An upholstered in a velvet of peculiar richness that invites the hand. Sit down a while. You've earned it. Grail and moon. Lingering repose. Upholstered in a velvet of peculiar richness that invites the hand. Right. I wonder, since, you know, a lot of these furniture pieces also have aspects. Do I have to do like occult feng shui to like align a room with a particular aspect by getting furniture of that aspect into that room? Because it looks like I'm gonna have to do occult feng shui, which is unexpected, a surprise to be sure, but I think a welcome one. Red deer antlers. Not quite hair, not quite teeth, but proof that someone killed something. Scale, wall art, and carcass. Carcass, you say? Sorry. Memories of a former life. Yeah, I guess, though. I definitely didn't expect it going in. Carcass. Something that once moved without my assistance. Take this to a necropsy table to render it into animal bones. Yeth hound horns. What now? In times past, the Yeth pursued the impious and impure across the moors of this country. Hendrik de Wolf never liked them. Grail, scale, wall art, and yeah, carcass, animal bone. Right. And now this. Watchman's Tower, top floor. The ceiling bows worryingly under a damp patch. There must be a leak in the observatory. The sun above knows what state it's in. I should seek help, and enter carefully. Okay, sky or grail. So this is the first thing Timothy can't help us with. Also, we haven't read this yet. Watchman's Tower, first floor. The notorious Eva de Wolf, first and last Baroness Brankrug, liked this room. Because this side of the house carried fewest memories of her poor father Because this side of the house carried fewest memories of her poor father Valentine, so she could eavesdrop on the conversations of visitors waiting below? Or just because of how the pale light slanted through the windows in the last days of winter? Well, I don't think we can ask her, so... Still don't know what this is. Can we... Reply to St. Roan's Trust. Add a soul card to determine the tone of the letter. Not all desks allow all soul cards. Okay, so this is a desk. Quite unusual shape of a desk, but okay. So... what does this allow? Tryst. An enigmatic reply to St. Roan's Trust. The sea remains, the house remains, what else remains we shall learn in time. I am something new, and in time I will learn what that means. Okay. No, we can't use any of the others. Can we use a skill with, in conjunction with this? No. Just... Wait, it has to be... is this guy? No, okay, so none of my skills can be used here. Can I also reply without a soul? No, okay, so... Sure, let's go for it. Ah, yeah, long flakes. Oh, I just remembered. We wanna... Oh no, that's the wrong house. Reverend Timothy. We need his help again. To go to the cloistered garden. Meanwhile, is there anywhere we can... Okay, no. Oop. Down here. Also, honestly, let's put the wine over here with the other consumables. There we go. And in the meanwhile, our last Fet card. I think we'll use that to identify another book, or catalog another book. The sea remains the house. Yes, what that means. A reply to the trust. I can take this to the post office to be dispatched to St. Roan's Trust. Once they know I've arrived, they'll send more funds. I hope. Memory. Intuition. You just know. You know? No. I mean, it's normal shaped bread, at least, so... Though, yeah, that is a dangerous combination. We shall put the... You're right, that's a dangerous combination, bread and wine, so directly next to each other. We have to put... the... tea in the middle. That'll scare away the French people. Oh yeah, that's also possible. It's my this bread is my flesh, this blood is my wine, and this tea, I don't know, don't ask. Right, the Reverend Timothy again. And then, we are really putting this guy to work. I can make out a green and shaded space, but it's choked with weeds and thorns. I'll need help to clear the space. Honestly, kind of surprised Lantern helps us here. I guess Lantern helps us through trees, but... I would have expected like Forge or Moth or something. Well, I won't complain. Hunting Journals of Brian de Wolf. Brian de Wolf, the son of the 3rd Baron Brankrug, gives advice on hunting in the bounds. I have to... because reconstructing the de Wolf family tree is probably gonna become relevant. What is this? Scale 8. Phew. Subjects, furs and feathers, beasts, birds, husbandry, harvest. And yes, from the baronial period. Yeah, honestly, let's put baronial works over here. Let's use our last soul card to catalog this. And then since night is... Wait, no, it's actually still noon. Night is not about to fall, actually. Wait, have I think... Yeah, okay, this is... I'm thinking about how to sort these. I think in this shelf I'll only put texts I've already mastered. And then over here I'll put wait, this is 𝐞𝐿. Wait, hold on. I thought... Huh. I thought I had cataloged 𝐞𝐿 period work. This is Barovial. Well, anyways. So, yeah, we should probably also label this bookshelf then. What do they call it again? Baronial. Baronial unmastered. Can I... the mouse wheel is disobeying me again. Okay, no. For a moment I thought the text actually matched. Yeah. Though... yeah, it is very... okay, the arrows because it's gale. That's why I thought it was late already, because it's storming outside. Yeah. So this was Baronial Unmastered, and this 𝐞𝐿 Unmastered. And then I think this one I'll make Nocturnal God, my typing signs that I've been streaming for a while now. Though, man, I really don't want to stop. Right, so this is 𝐞𝐿 and still a mystery. Can I fit that in there? No. Okay. And it's also 𝐞𝐿, so it belongs here. And this is Nocturnal Unmastered. Also Nocturnal Unmastered. Also Nocturnal Unmastered. Then... right, this is mastered. And there we have one book. Still don't really understand why this one still has mystery. Especially since it also has Mastery Lantern, which is a bit confusing. Is this also... ah, okay, so... the mystery aspect remains. Okay, yeah, okay. Now, where were we? Anything else to do here? No, let's let this continue then. We have this underway, that underway, all of our skills are exhausted, but I don't know if we'll really need them today anymore. And if not, we have... and if we do, I mean, we have... oh, what do we have here? Oblations in Iron. A monster hunting initiate of the hour named the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia, records the exhibits she has rendered to the Worm Museum in the Mansus. A worm hunter, damn. Mystery Winter of 6, yeah, that's gonna be difficult. Subject, Inks of Containment, the ink in which the histories are preserved. period, and it's a codex. Are there different types of books? Let me check. This is a codex. This is a codex. 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 Okay, so I guess these lore books are probably all codices then. This is Curious period, so we'll put it in here. Aha! Saint Brandon's Cloister. The sisters and brothers of the abbey built these gardens in the 13th century at the height of the period we now call Solar Gothic. Walk here a while and breathe the peace they left. Garden. Sea holly in summer, blue crown in winter. Effort and knowledge. So with a heart, soul, and a sap skill, I can harvest something, I think, here. Is there anything else here? Probably, but if there is, it's hidden. Walled garden. 4 edge or 4 sap. 3 lantern or 3 winter. Okay. So that's a bit more difficult. 2 grail, 2 sky. More attainable. And the first true threshold. I've reached the threshold of the house proper. The librarians of the Curia were scholars of note. Some were potent adepts. From here I should proceed carefully, observing the proper forms, making the appropriate offerings. The villagers and other locals know the ways of the earth and sea hereabouts. Their assistance will be invaluable. 3 knock. A secret. If it's something spoilery, then I would decline. If it's unrelated to spoilers, both mechanical and story-wise, then sure. Also welcome, Billy Boy. I hope you enjoy your time here. This is my very first time playing Book of Hours, after having spent an inordinate amount of time on Cultist Simulator. I'm finally delving into the sequel, and I'm loving it so far. It's honestly kind of shocking how, like, interesting the iterations they use are. Okay, so we still have some time before nightfall, so let's restore some of our skills. Country between Mongolia and the Soviet Union. I mean, wasn't Mongolia part of the Soviet Union's territories? Truths of the Mansis pale in comparison. Oh yeah, right. We did the first true breakdown over madness lore we've had thus far wasn't anything occult. It was just trying to figure out how British currency works, which is damn. I've played every single base game legacy of Cultist Simulator and gotten every single ending. But that's still the most insane madness lore I've encountered in these games thus far. Doesn't make any sense. But to answer your question, I think my favorite hour is probably the Moth. No, the romance ones, excluding the ever afters. I've only gotten one ever after so far. So yeah, just the minor victories, the major victories, all the defeats, and the 3 apostle victories. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. So the Menace Gate. Yeah, we've just before starting this play, before delving into Book of Hours, we finished the Ghoul on stream, and I've also played a tiny bit of the Dancer, where I got the Ever After Me minor victory, and I also finished the Noxscar of the Priest Legacy, the victory of the Priest Legacy. But I haven't played any. I haven't played Exile at all yet, and I haven't done the actual full major victory of Dancer yet either. So I haven't done the change victory. But yes, where were we? Right, T. Oh, right, yeah, also, I like the Ghoul mainly just for the novelty of snacking on all sorts of different things. Oh, okay, yeah, I'll probably play that on my own time soon enough. But for now, I think I'm gonna spend quite a bit of time, at least on stream, on this game. Right, the T. Serve appropriately. Now, will this destroy the pot, or can we just get several servings out of it? Ah, okay. Half pots, so 2 servings then. Cup. Okay. Cool, so then we can... Actually, a good question. Hold on. Okay. Which one do we want to restore? Which skill? Let's see here. We need... For the top floor we need Grail or Sky. For this we need Lantern or Winter. For this we need Edge or Sap. Knock or Rose. Yeah, I mean, just like the amount of customization you can do in the Hush House. You can move every tiny little bit of furniture, every piece of wall art. They knew what they were doing. Weather Factory knew what they were doing when they designed it that way, and I honestly, I both applaud them and also how dare they. They knew people were gonna spend hours decorating the house. Hours upon hours upon hours, even the dead ones. Oh yeah, right, I still need to send that letter. Oh, and I need postage. Patience, thus the mountain waits for the fall of the snow, thus Monday awaits the death of the weekend, thus the postmistress waits for me to purchase the necessary stamp. Ah, okay, twopence is enough. Tuppence is enough for a stamp. Oh yeah, right, the DLC which adds cooking, that's... Oh. Which, yeah, I'm probably going to install that until next time. Since I do have the Perpetual Edition, despite only playing it now. Stamp, envelope, send. Okay, so my question, which skill do we... could hire someone. Could try that. Secret passion for saffron cake. Because we probably need... What is he again? Edge knock... forge heart. And we need... Oh no, we need Grail for this. Or Sky. This needs Lantern or Winter, but it's more Lantern than Timothy has. And this needs Edge, this needs Knock. Okay. I guess, because we still haven't tried a few things with Timothy, like talking to him. So maybe we'll recover our waste. Or maybe fast. Doesn't really make a difference. With a cup of tea. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink, while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Alright. The postmistress examines the letter and deems it sufficient. It'll go with the next post, she assures me. Oh, and we actually get change. That's good to know. So, unlike Spintre, this gives us change. Right. Ready to post, tally. Oh, does that mean we can sell stuff here? Yeah, because I have the perpetual edition of the game, which unless I misremember it or misunderstood it, basically means because I bought the game at launch or near launch, I get free access to the following DLC, which is really cool. Oh, night has fallen. Then we should probably... quickly make use of this before... Oh. I should return after dawn. Okay, so we can't... Once it's dusk... Okay, so we just wasted that cup of tea, but... Well, not necessarily. It's risky, but we could try cataloging one last book. I don't know how many seconds it is. Oh, that's nice. I don't know how many seconds it is until from dusk till dawn, because if it's less than 60 seconds, we still have time to catalog one book before dusk comes and our skills are reset. I'm gonna risk it. Oh, this also just takes 30 seconds, so there's that. Oh, looks like it's close. Come on, come on, come on. Yes! Okay, so just barely we have time for 30 seconds in between dusk and dawn. Oh, and we should also get to preserve one of these memories. You just know, you know? Which one do we want to preserve? Probably the Gale. It's like... yeah, it's by far the most powerful memory we have. Oh, it's a weather memories can't be used that way. Favorite author. I have a few authors whose works I really like, but I don't think like a favorite author. I think like I've been reading a lot of 40k books lately. Like for example, currently Ghostmaker by Dan Abnett, who has an amazing writing style. Oh, in game, I see. I mean, I'm not really familiar with that many apart from Theresa Galmier and Christopher Illopoli. And I do like their style. Oh, that... I do remember, I think that was just one author of one book in Cultist Simulator, but the guy who taught percussagons to juggle. That also, I respect that, that kind of energy. So, maybe that guy. Okay, so we can't use this, we can use this. Ah, yeah, let's preserve this. Maybe we get sun tomorrow, which would mean we can upgrade Inks of Revelation. Oh, also I forgot, totally forgot. 12 moth. The Geminide 3. There's several? I thought there was only one. A fragile manuscript illuminated with twinned shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language, Fuchin, is much older. Coral decorates its cover, and its page edges are sharp enough to slash a throat. It's in Fuchin, so we'll have to translate it. 12 moth. Subject, resurgences and emergences. Birth and death are only directions. Between the two we find a crossroads. Curia period, which is weird, because this might be as old as the 7th century, but this says Curia period, which is all the way in the 18th century, so... Yeah, I think it was the Bancroft Diaries, that text, so yeah, Bancroft. So yeah, I definitely liked his vibe. I mean, what other authors? There were some interesting ones, but that's the only one I remember at the moment. Right, italic price, only 2? Well, anyways, so this is Curia period, let's put it here. Actually, I just want to test this. What happens? Because I can put tally here, but not this, apparently. Postmistress keeps the gate to the wider world. In her left hand is the lightning, which is to say the telegraph, and in her right the thunder, which is to say the only telephone in Brankrug. Before her lies the cash register, which accepteth the greater currency and returneth its lesser children. Though, since it seems most things where you pay here give change, I don't really know why you'd need that. Well, maybe some don't. But anyway, let's put this here. Apparently we can't sell it. We have talk. We are dreaming, so yeah, let's honestly just let the next day come. If we're lucky, it's going to be sunny. No, it's windy. Memories fade. Assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Oh, it is sunny. Nice. That means... That means... Aha! Consider, I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve this skill to level 3. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. Oh, thank you for the follow, Billy Boy. Much appreciated. Always nice to have a fellow student of another fellow student of Histories here. Right, so let's see here. We can get the help of the Reverend again, though that'll only... Oh, I just realized the design of the house. Oh my god. Midwife and handywoman, coffins and cradles. And on the one side it's blue for winter, on the other red for grail. Damn. That's really funny. Also, carpenter's tools on one side and like laundry on the other. Damn, that's... I need to look at more of these. The sweet bones. Right, the smith. We're still trying to maybe get an introduction to him. Maybe... Mr. Killer. Wait, how much was a... So... I wonder if this will give us change. Well, we'll find out. Mr. Killer likes conversations about endings. His wife prefers to talk about beginnings. A shilling will buy his help for a day. Let's do it. Okay, so he'll obviously be winter, but I wonder if he'll have any other aspects. Meanwhile, let's work a little bit more in the sweet bones. We could also talk to the Reverend. We don't have any more for him to clear out, but at the same time we haven't talked to him yet. So let's do it. Here we go. Coffin maker's assistants. A tamer of trees, a worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He has also been known to try his hand, very diffidently, at poetry. Make use of the coffin maker's help before dawn. Oh, and he does give us... He does in fact give us change. That's nice. You wouldn't happen to accept... No, you don't accept Sky. Of course you don't. This needs 2 Sky and he only has 1. Damn it. So... yeah, doesn't want it. So I guess all that's left is to talk to both of them. Talk to Mr. 𝐞𝐿𝐴. Mr. 𝐞𝐿𝐴, wry and spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Add something to enhance Mr. 𝐞𝐿𝐴's effectiveness for the... Ah, okay. Or just talk. Unlike some assistants, Mr. 𝐞𝐿𝐴 can make use of wood. Huh. Does he... Okay. So we can put... pretty much everything in here. Boost, rose, and moth. Boosts, moth, and moon. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, not a skill. We can... Beverage, a memory, a wood? Ah, right, wood. Something to eat or a tool. I wonder if this consumes the tool, or if we just lend it to him. Well, I mean, I guess we can grab a tool and see. Proffer a tool. Ah yeah. I can lend my assistants something to help increasing their abilities. You'll still be able to use this tool. So I think that would mean his sky gets boosted by 1, which means he can then unlock this. So, let's do that. I don't know how he's gonna log that, how he's going to carry around the astrolabe, but I'm sure he'll find a way. And in the same vein, we can then use... no, this isn't a tool. Do we have a lantern tool anywhere? Oh yeah, this thing. So then we can lend the mirror scope to the Reverend Timothy, and then he can in turn unlock... What was it? This thing. The Long Tower, first floor. The Long Tower looks like it's been abandoned much longer than 7 years. In the nocturnal period, the inhabitants probably spent most of their time on the seaward side of the isle. I'll need help to restore the room above. And the Watchman's Tower, the ceiling bows worryingly under a damp patch. There must be a leak in the observatory. The sun above knows what state it's in. I should seek help and enter carefully. Okay, nice. So we'll be able to unlock 2 new parts today. Not too shabby. 2 new parts of the house, I should say. Okay, no, we can't use skills, but we can use... Right. So... And one of these could also be used to give one of them forge, I think, which could then be used to make an introduction to the smith. Nice. Yeah, that we could also do, but, you know, I'm stingy. I don't want to spend my money. In the meanwhile, is there anything else we can do? Our work is still underway, yes, so let's speed things up a bit. This skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. 4 lantern, 3 moth. Nice. Yes, but I like money. I like money. Right, wait, what the... Alright, he is still in talks. Can we study anything? Oh yeah, we can catalog another book. Also, did any of these... okay, some of them had moth aspect of such intensity that we won't be able to breach that. Knock, knock, knock. Wait, are all of them? No, this is Sky. Okay. So let's use some of our fat. And then, hopefully, yes. The tools boosted their aspects appropriately. Perfect. So now we can indeed use it here. Oh, that's an alarm. 1 second. There I am again. Oh, hello. Hello, Smurfton. We are indeed... Well, we haven't done much cartography yet, but yes, we are indeed making progress into the Hush House. Speaking of which, we have just begun unlocking the Watchman's Tower top floor and are about to... Hold on. If we give him... What was it again? Right, the Watchman's Glass. No, the Mirror Scope. Lend him that to boost his lantern a bit. And then he can unlock for us the Long Tower. Though, you know, once this has been unlocked, because we can only do one at a time, it seems. Let's see, how goes our work here? Nice. That's another 6 pence. Not much, but it's honest work. I think, at least. I'm actually not that sure. Ooh. I just realized how big this place is. I think this is the first time I've actually taken a full look at it. Oh my god. Yeah, that would be quite the boon. But yeah, this is only a mirror glass. Mirror scope, rather, which has a measly 1 lantern aspect, so... But, you know. Ah, the Rose of 𝐸𝐴ZNAI. Oh, it's in Greek. Oh, the Greek sign changed. The heretical teachings of a disgraced offshoot of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories, this was recorded by 𝐸𝐸ZNAI and dedicated to Saint Respicious. Okay. A tongue for philosophers, theologians, and heroes. The librarian reads Greek, but don't assume others can. Huh. Does that mean... Does that mean we already know it? Also, it's from, yeah, the baronial period. It's 8 lantern. Hold on. We have 4 lantern here. This gives us another 2. If we can get a memory with 2 lantern, or I guess 2 memories with 1 lantern, we can actually read this. Or unlock its mysteries, rather. And then, do we want to do this right away? I think we do. I'm honestly, I'm almost surprised to hear you find the absence of crimes joyous. I had half expected it to be the other way around. Yeah, I mean, I guess if it's sunny out, and then we get another lantern memory from somewhere else. Yeah, it's the heretical, it's the one defaced, which is interesting, I guess because the librarian already knows Greek, we don't get the untranslated texts, but in Cultist Simulator, there's, before you translate it, it states that it has the emblem of the sisterhood on its front cover, but it's defaced with a fourth knot, a knot that has been like added. Exactly. Yeah. Mystery Lantern. Subject: auroral contemplations. To know what will pass in what. To know what will pass in what has passed. The practitioners of this discipline see endings and beginnings, passages and transitions, in the same mode as dawn and sunset. Maybe one day I'll know what these subjects, what skill memories these subjects translate to, but right now I just have to, like, guess. I mean, to be fair, I don't know what skills even exist to begin with, so... right, I think, because I still don't really know what I can use moth for at this moment. In time, I'm gonna use another fet to catalog this. Another baronial work. The tools boosted their aspects appropriately. Nice. So that comes back there. Wonderful, lovely. So now we just have to wait for that to complete. Trist has moon. This has moth and rose. Yeah, I still haven't really found a use for the moth soul aspects, to be honest. Yeah, I think, yeah, we're less of a active participant, I think, this time, and more of a, you know, librarian, what's the word? Archivist, I guess. We aren't really out to attain great power for ourselves, just, you know, create a map, which, I mean... If this was Cultist Simulator, then I would also assume creating a map involved numerous murders, but I have a feeling this time around our character will come out at the end of this a bit less morally reprehensible. How much less? I don't know yet, but, you know, the bar is in nowhere, so... I wouldn't call it mundane, more like, I guess, benign. It's not like outright selfish or like outright power hungry. What do I want to use these last few? He's on Kittling Ripe's tasty treats. The velvet is the hour of secrets, and so very little is known of the moth law. And so very little is known of the moth law? Nectar law? Who ascend to immortality under her auspices, but this book, by Kittling's friend, purports to be part cookbook and part manual for immortality. Cookbook? Yeah, though surprisingly, it's ironic that, you know, it textually is a lot more busy work, though gameplay-wise it feels a lot less than busy work. Though, I guess part of that is just because this is still new to me and I've played Cultist Simulator many times now, so the early game of that game has, you know, started to become rather monotonous. But, right. Just read this. Interesting. Oh no, I was about to say it's interesting that this is the first book from the first game that has a different text than this one, but I just realized this isn't 𝐸𝐿𝐴𝐻 at the Moldy Rap's grave. This is 𝐸𝐿𝐴𝐻's Tasty Treats, a cookbook, which, maybe I really do need to get House of Light. And, oh wait, no. I thought for a moment this was Moth, and then, which would mean we could unlock it, but no such luck, of course. But this is very interesting because Nectar Long, so from my understanding, right now, the way I choose to interpret it is that the lore aspects from the first game, since they are explicitly represented here, are like major aspects, I guess, of the invisible arts, and the new ones I would classify as, I guess, minor aspects. You know, things like rose or moon, sky, nectar, scale. So, I think, because that's also in the book here, the velvet, I mean, it's implied here that velvet is also nectar aspect now, so I think a lot of these aspects are probably added now onto existing hours. Renamed from what? Oh, I mean, I guess you could make an argument for it being kind of like Secret Histories, though it's like, yeah. But like I do think it feels like a different role, because it's like Secret Histories is about, you know, histories, and the rose is more about the soul. And, you know, all the other ones are represented here. We have, we start out with Heart. Where is it? Heart turns to Grail, turns to Moth, turns to Lantern, turns to Forge, turns to Edge, turns to Winter, and then also Knock, which everything turns into. Oh, I just realized there's the icon of St. Agnes. Is there anything else here? I don't know who that is. Okay, that's Forge of Days. That's... who could that be? Not sure. Here's the Moth. Or maybe it's not the Moth, maybe it's a Carapace cross. I mean, I don't think you see any mention of the skills here. But yeah, anyways, what was I saying? Oh, right, one thing I thought interesting is that we now know that there's also Long that are dedicated to some of these new aspects. Yeah, I mean, here we get a description, but these aren't lore aspects, they're what would you call them? I guess... what are they? They're like, if I understand it, they're the 9 directions of the soul, which is similar but different from the lore aspects, since they snake like around here, at least the ones from the first game. Like, I think these are... what would these count as? Dedicated... Ushery... These are arts. Okay, so that's what they're... that's what these are called. These are arts. So the 9 things here are arts, and then these like lantern, forge, those are aspects. And then we also have skills. And we also have the distinction between the old aspects, which are on this compass, and the new aspects, which are absent from here. So I wonder how that, what the relevance there is, why specifically the old ones are here, and not the new ones, and also what exactly these shapes mean. Because this is very, like, I don't know. There's like some intersections here, and they also point in certain directions. Who knows, who knows? I think, okay. I think they denote which art is associated with which aspect. So, for example, forge is associated with oromakistry, ithistry, and illumination. Lantern is associated with hushery, illumination, and nicodromy. Knock is associated with scolecoscophy, nyctodormy, and what's the final one? Ithistry, and then so on and so forth. So yeah, for example, moth is obviously associated with the bosque, nyctodromy, and also birdsong. Yeah, that makes sense, because all 3 of those are a little bit about going through the night and chaos and nature. Yeah, it is a lot to take in, but I mean, we have time, don't we? Okay, this is about to be completed. Ooh! Watchman's Tower, Observatory. Thomas de Wolf, 2nd Baron Brandkrug, who they called Baron Silence, built this observatory in 1576. By happy coincidence, just in time to observe the passage of the Great Comet in 1577. Okay, what do we have here? We have 2 baronial books that are uncatalogued. Okay, 4 baronial books that are uncatalogued. Also some very small bookshelves. We have some mist-kissed water. The faintest vapors still ghosts the water's surface. Ooh, this can boost knock, which... hold on. Okay, we need 3... right, we can now use Timothy for this. And then... which one of these? This needs 3 knock. So... theoretically, if we feed the mist-kissed water to Timothy, he should have enough knock to enter the first true threshold. Anything else here? The telescope. The scholars of the house watched the courses of the stars to determine their pasts and understand their future challenges. Evolve via oromakistry. I could use oromakistry with this to evolve my soul. Once you've committed a skill to the oromakistry wisdom, you can use that skill with this to combine 2 identical soul cards into a greater one. But you must use the skill you've attuned to that wisdom, and the attunement will only work once. Ah, okay. So, If I understand correctly, this is essentially another desk. Because... No, wait. Okay, this is a desk, Ava, and this is a telescope, but it has similar slots. Okay. Is there anywhere I can put this to clean it? Because, I mean, this is... If I understand it, both these are like crafting stations, but only one of them is a desk. Plus. Oh, okay. Wait. A tool, a lens, a memory. Huh? Okay, do I have 2 identical soul cards? Yeah. Soul, skill, memory. And we can put a soul here. A memory here, but not a soul. Huh? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, it probably... I hope this librarian will find a means of prolonging their life, or I don't think they'll be able to fill up all, explore all of that in a single lifetime. Well, who knows? Okay, so I have more... books from the Baron thingy period. Alright, also Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats, which I'm going to put down here in the unmastered baronial works. Or I guess I should probably... I don't know, let's keep it like that. I could also rename it Cataloged, but it's essentially the same thing. I'd have to rename all 3 bookshelves, which I don't want to do. Right, so we can now unlock another room, and then there's still one more Fete and one more Tryst. On either of those, I really think are that useful to me at the moment, so I'll just use them to catalog some more of these books. And yeah, then let's fast forward ahead a bit. Right, what do we have? The Republic of Teeth. Ugh. An eccentric political tract by Valentine de Wolf. Mystery scale. We have a bit of scale, but not nearly enough. And this is Serpents and Venoms. These are the mother's neglected children, and we prefer that they pass not through any door. Okay. Let's put this book here. And yeah, catalog this one as well. There we go. In 1818, the very Reverend Solomon Husher became third librarian of the Curia of the Isle. He took rooms in the Long Tower as his quarters. Husher's tastes were Spartan, although the Curia generally liked a little more luxury. No one ever quite dared to redecorate the place after his disappearance. What do we have here? Uncatalogued books of the Curia period. Solomon Husher. This bust is the palest white marble. That's a quite unusual bust. And a single winter principle. Chalice candle, a candle scented with fragrant chalice. A light, so we can see, or so we can celebrate. A candle, a thing, lantern, grail. What's this? Widow's candle. Light, lighted in remembrance. This has moon. Surprised this one doesn't have winter as well. I would have assumed something like that to have winter, but I guess not. Another widow's candle. Purrinculate. Deadly. Use gloves to read texts produced with this pigment. An ink of power, sometimes considered an unsanctioned ink. Ink. If it scrawls, mix it. Liquid. Edge, grail, and scale. A thing, a liquid, an ink. Then we have Nivine parchment, pale as the first wisp of a mountain cloud. A bit of winter and blank? Come friendly words. Huh. What does that mean? And whispering sand. White silver sand in which the voice of the waves linger. Lantern and moon? A material, something with the potential to become something, if I put it in something. Glass, lucent and fragile, even sand may one day be the eye of rock. Anything else here? Ah, we do have Long Tower's study fireplace. The fireplace doesn't exactly warm the room, but it keeps the chill more or less at bay. And then finally we have desk, pale. Solomon Husher himself commissioned this from Lockwood Fen, Bog-U. Oh, Lockwood Fen from England. From the Shire. I guess this is also probably somewhere in England, so. Blackened and half fossilized by centuries underwater. Here at this desk he wrote his doomy allegory of winter and its romance with the sun. When he blotted the last words on his manuscript and rose from his work, the timber had turned pale as fresh-cut maple. Or so the story goes. Blackened and then pale as fresh-cut maple. Yeah, I mean, if that was originally fossilized black stone, that's quite the transformation. I mean, there's the vaults, of course, which we send expeditions to, and quite a few of those are actually libraries, like the Vanderschaaf collection, the Kuznetsov endowment, Strathcoyne's residence also has a library. So a lot of the vaults we actually raid in Cultist Simulator are libraries. So I guess we can be lucky that our character in Cultist Simulator never found out about the Hush House, because otherwise this place may be left behind, ransacked and pillaged. Okay, so this is another desk, but it has different aspects. It has lantern scale. Wait, what's that? Is that sky? No, I think sky looks... Oh no, it is sky. So lantern scale, sky, and winter, as opposed to edge, grail, moon, and winter. Okay, so both of them have winter in common, but not much else. So... actually... some books ought to be tasted, right. I think there was, like, if I remember correctly, something to do with, since this is a journal, Oh, it's like a whole crafting menu. Oh, okay. So my goal mainly is question of, can I not jot things down in my journal? Because, 1 second. Well, who knows? But for now, oh, there goes another alarm. I should have probably prepared for that eventuality, but honestly I didn't expect to go on for so long tonight, but this game has its vice grip on me. No, just an alarm I had forgotten to deactivate on my mobile phone, so nothing to worry about. Well, unless that was a very important alarm, but it wasn't so bad. Nothing to worry about again. Long Tower's 2nd floor. Okay, so 4 lantern. I have to get creative with that. This has scale, this has lantern. So this also has lantern, but it's not a tool. What did this have again? Oh, also lantern. What was it again? There was like some kind of tool that I think gave forge or something similar, which we could then use for the smith at long last, or I guess just using the T. What did he need again? Yeah, edge, forge, or heart. So, do we have any forge tools? I don't think so, but this is lantern, this is sky, and we don't have any other tools, I think. Wait, I can just... Okay, these two are tools, and it seems not much else. Well, I mean, to be fair, the Suppression Bureau did occupy this place for a while, so I don't know, maybe one of their corpses is still in the attic or something. Let's see. Right, cataloging our work. I'm also all out of stuff there. Honestly, might just wait for tomorrow. Sunrise Awakenings. An uncharacteristically poignant meditation by the edge-long Tworg of Merionwit. Turog of Merionid. Turog of Merionid. This game, I tell you, my god, who later came to Hush House under a variety of other names, often in search of some sort of fight. Oh, but it's Lantern Mystery, so... Well, we could unlock this book's mysteries if we still had a lantern skill, but in this case I guess we'll have to wait until tomorrow. And it's about auroral contemplation. Yeah, I mean, our inks of revelation alone clear it, but you do need, always need a suitable soul card first, so, you know, we can wait till next day. I mean, I know one person, but I'm not going to tell you their name, because reading that name one time was enough. I mean, also, yeah, to be noted, we currently have a single point of health, so yeah, if they wanted to fight with us, it wouldn't be much of one, they would just fold us like a lawn chair. Library of Ruina, what was that again? I know that. I definitely heard the name, but for some reason I can't remember it right now. Right, we don't even have any memories to dream with, that we have to worry about, so... Late on me next day. Plus the next season is almost upon us, but unlike... Cultist Sim, we can't see... which one the next season is. I mean... Probably summer, but there was also like some mention of like an additional season that comes sometimes, so oh, right. Yeah, I did see that. I still need to finish Lobotomy Corp. So yeah, where was I? Right, the book. So, what do we use? One of these Fost, probably. And then, our Inks of Revelation. Lantern Revelations! I can master this mystery. And now, with our ample supply of skills again, how do we put them to use? We could unlock more of the house, though no, actually I don't think we can. Knock. Do we have any knock? Oh yeah, right, we did have this mist-kissed water, which we could feed to the good Reverend. Also, one thing I'm asking myself is if you enhance one of the one of the townspeople, and you then re-recruit them the same day, do they still have that modifier? That's actually something I kind of want to find out. So yeah, to the Reverend I go. And then I'll feed him the water, and then use it to gain access to the first truth threshold, and then I'll recruit him again. And if we're lucky, he'll still have that heart aspect here, which means we can use him to gain, finally make an acquaintance with the smith. I mean, I think my employees probably dread it, but me not so much. Rain. Soft rain brings life. Nectar and grail. Okay, but there's not much... Wait, Hold on, nectar and grain. Nope, sadly nothing we can really do with that. Can we? Nope. Although, I guess... Do we have... This is scale. Right, scale. Nectar 4. It's just one short. Because if we use the rain and our health, we would have 3. Maybe being one short is like a chance worth taking. It's like, well, I mean, otherwise I'll just use it. I'll just use the health to gain another 6pence, which we don't really need that badly, so... You know what? Let's try it. I guess, no, we can't yet, because this is still in use, so now we have him. Exactly. Put help slot when unlocking the rooms. Right, hello, Cyberstein, Dragon. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, purely layout-wise, this is not too dissimilar to Lobotomy Corp, but then again, there's a lot of games that use a sort of layout like this. Nice, nice. Good to know, Cyber. Welcome in. Yes, this is Book of Hours, follow-up to Cultist Simulator, a game by Weather Factory set in the setting of Secret Histories, which this is the second game in, and will soon be joined by a third, or soonish. They're working on like a CRPG, so that'll probably take a while. Very interesting, and like the writing in this game is just... We don't really manage abnormalities, we curate abnormal knowledge of the secret arts. Although, I mean, we have managed one abnormality so far, and that's the goddamn British currency system. Genuinely had a breakdown over this. Because, like, this doesn't... The eccentric currency of a fallen empire. 1 penny is 4 farthings, 12 pence are 1 shilling, and so on, because of course that explains everything. That rain sound's coming from in-game, right? I wasn't too sure at first. Oh, I also love that, just like, the raindrops are all on wires. Oh, fun fact, this is written by the same writer as Sunless Seas. Sunless Seas, Sunless Skies, and Fallen London are all written by Alexis Kennedy, who also... Ah, yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, I also have Sunless Seas and Sunless Skies. I got them a while ago, like several years now, I think, on Epic Games for free, but I haven't played them yet because those also seem like games I'd like to do on stream. Because, you know, I adore the writing in Cultist Simulator, and also this game. Oh, don't worry, we're accustomed to that. There's a lot of reading here. But solar obsession is definitely a theme that carries through to this setting as well. Life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown, Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the House of the Sun, and of the light above it. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. That's a bit from Cultist Simulator. But to answer your question, Moonwings, in the setting of Fallen London, it's basically the sun hasn't really gone anywhere, but one day, seemingly out of nowhere, a giant swarm of bats stole London away from the surface and dropped it deep underground. So now, you know, London is just kind of deep under the surface and basically next to hell. But, you know, life's gotta carry on. So, it's definitely, as far as settings goes, it's a lot more openly comedic than Secret Histories, at least from what little. I think, like, I've played a very tiny bit of Fallen London. Yeah, it is very much like... Oh, Laws of Reality breaking down is... Oh boy. The Secret Histories are, when it comes to laws of reality, are a bit more of a suggestion here. Ooh, I didn't notice this at first. Quire of paper, creamy smooth, eagerly awaiting ink. Nectar, a thing, blank. Ah, okay, blank probably means that we can write on it, or that it's empty at the moment. And fuel. Each hour has its color, each flame has its fuel. Don't trust your dreams. George Collars, first and last governor of 𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸 Yeah, though dying normally is one of the things that still very much happens in this setting. Though it is the default, but it is an option, dying normally. Oh really? I thought that was just different. That's just straight up. I thought that was just like a synonym for jail. I didn't know that's like an arcane spelling of jail. Do you also pronounce it jail? I guess. Huh, okay. Because I knew it meant prison, like... So... so... Gale? Jail? Or Gale? I don't know what soft... I'm not so sure anymore what soft jail... soft... Not soft jail, soft G. My god. The British language. A nice drop. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. Yeah, so this will boost them to 3 knock, which I'll use to get to the threshold. And if we're lucky, they'll still have the heart by the time we recruit them for a second time. So we can then make introductions to... what's his face? The Smith. Yeah, I know, because... what was it? I don't know the specifics, but I have heard that part. Yeah, that's at least... one of the things, actually, generally very interesting in this setting that's kind of built around the regular world, since, you know, it's like the occult secret stuff, so all of the like occult stuff is happening like underneath real world history. Ah, okay. So it really is just Gaol is pronounced jail, jowl, jail. Well, English is what it is. Alright, down to the Grushans. This has... Grushans? Grushans? I'm not sure. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. Right, 3 knock. So, chop chop. The first true threshold. I have reached the threshold of this house proper. The librarians of the Curia were scholars of note. Some were potent adepts. From here I should proceed carefully, observing the proper forms, making the appropriate offerings. The villagers and other locals know the ways of the earth and the sea hereabouts. Their assistance will be invaluable. I mean, these guys... I mean, cultists, they were in Cultist Simulator. In this case, they're just dudes from out of... from... They're just guys we scoop up out of town. Or, I guess, in town. Yeah, I mean, both are about openings and wounds. I guess knock is more about passing through them. Edge is more about creating them. Ooh. Entrance hall, the beginning of the house proper. The Curia used to issue gloves and slippers of soft leather to protect the books and premises. Visitors were often asked to remove their shoes. Pause a moment and listen to the histories. Regular old art gallery here. Lady Rowena. For as long as there has been a hush house, there have been stories of its enigmatic protectress. This is remarkably modern art for 1936. Oh, this chair isn't actually furniture. Valentine de Wolf. Valentine de Wolf, 6th century Baron Brancar. 6th century? They go back that far? 6th century Baron Brankrug, known for his eccentricities. Oh god. Incessant dread device. Keeps chattering this night, it seems. Anyways, known for his eccentricities, in the sky he sought his friends, an inscription reads. Hendrik de Wolf, 1st Baron Brankrug, known for his pious, merciless justice. Granted Brankrug Isle in 1536 after the dissolution of St. Brandon's. Wait. Oh. Wait, I'm stupid. I don't know why, but I read this as 6th century Baron Brankrug, and I was like, damn, I thought their line only went back like to the 1500s. It's just the 6th Baron, not the 6th century Baron. Yeah. For his pious merciless justice. Right, after the dissolution of St. Brandon's. Okay, so this is our first hint at what era might have come before the... what was it again? The baronial period. St. Brandon's. Lady de Barrows, sometimes known affectionately as the First Eva, Lady de Barrows never visited the Isle, but it was her generous endowment that allowed the abbey to thrive and grow in the 13th century. Ah, okay, so Saint Brandon's an abbey in the 13th century. Also, yeah, I'm gonna, like, probably gonna do this off stream, but I'm probably gonna make note of the family tree of the dwarfs, because being more accustomed with that is probably useful. So he has edge, not surprising with his pious merciless justice, and he has sky. In the sky he sought his friends, yeah, makes sense. And heart, yeah. Makes sense with her generous endowment. And so this is, okay, so that's the first Eva, and this is then the notorious Eva de Wolf, the first and last Baroness. So another Eva, much later. Right, in the 13th century, right, this is Lady Rowena. We have here Leaves in the Wind, a soothing but undistinguished work in oils. Someone evidently was good at trees and wanted you to know it. Damn, that's a mood. As an artist, I feel that so much. Sister, priestess, oracle, queen, a very old image from the Dawn period with a simple inscription. Yeah, this looks like Sumerian or something, which, I mean, that doesn't really make sense if we're in England, because obviously they never went that far, but then again, I mean, of course, yeah, okay, this, I'm stupid, this obviously could have been, this wouldn't be the first ancient artifact that didn't come from Britain but ended up in Britain. Maybe, timeline-wise, I mean, we don't really know how old the Sister and Witch and Sister are, so it's not impossible. Oop. Oh no. How do I line this properly? Okay, I think that's good enough. The boy prays. There's no sign of a boy in this distorted, menacing image, and no one seems to be praying. Grail, moon, and scale. I think I don't want to know. Abbot Geoffrey. It was Abbot Geoffrey who gave Nathan of Regensburg sanctuary here, and decreed the building of the Barber's Tower where Nathan and his family could dwell. It decreed the building of the Barber's Tower, the construction of the Barber's Tower where Nathan and his family could dwell. In 15th century England, only a determined and well-respected abbot could have persuaded the brothers to shelter a Jewish physician. Ah, interesting. 15th century, so this is 14, so it's right before, yeah, it makes sense, right before the dissolution of St. Brandas in the 16th century. It makes sense since this is an abbot. Lignum vitae blanc, the hardest of all woods. Ooh, the Undertaker can work with wood. Edge, nectar, scale, material, wood, the pillars of the sky, to some, to others, paper in waiting, and fuel. Makes sense, makes sense. Right, Cross Sands at high tide, a gloomy study of the sea and gloomy weather. Moon. Oof. Abbot Thomas, Thomas was one of the first abbots here, just before the beginning of the Solar Gothic period. This bust is much more recent, a 19th century bronze. An inscription reads, "Speech, the first sword." Moth. Okay. I would have thought with, you know, mention of swords there would be a edge here, but I mean, crow pecking out your eyes. As weird as that sounds, that is slightly moth-coated. Authority. Once this shepherd's crook represented the authority of the church. Perhaps the Suppression Bureau kept it here because they liked the idea of authority in general. God damn it. Lantern and comfort, so it's no longer an actual tool, just a piece of furniture now. Saint Melanchthon. Visionary, philosopher, alchemist. Most revered and most heterodox of the Isles abbesses. An inscription in Latin reads, "The cross died, but passed within." This is knock, but aren't the heterodox... aren't the heterodox Christians, like, knock devoted? Leaves in the wind. A soothing but undistinguished work in oils. Someone evidently was good at trees and wanted you... Oh, is this... Oh, okay, so this exists twice. And now, what new passages have we unlocked? We have down here, we've had this for a while now, the walled garden. Iron spikes march along the top of the wall. The gate is rusted shut, but what I can see through the bars is as ruinous as I might expect. We have Tangle of Thorns, a flower garden now overrun with thorned weeds and briar rose. Weed-choked garden. A lot of gardens here, I like it. From what I can make out of the garden beyond, it must have been very peaceful, but now it's neglected and overgrown. Just 3 heart for this one, or 3 nectar. Sounds doable. The second floor of the long tower. Freezing air, even tendrils of frog drift from the tower top. I should probably seek help from someone who knows the local traditions for dealing with restless spirits. I think both, in this case. Because obviously, they are Christian. But I think this probably refers to a carapace cross, because, I mean, I guess it could refer to both, since, I mean, the cross isn't the one that died, obviously, but Jesus upon it, but then, I mean, passed within isn't really what I would call, like, the resurrection of Christ, but if you bend it a little, it could fit that description, but at the same time, like, the only other times we've seen anything referred to as the cross, it was almost always the carapace cross. Grand ascent, ground floor. The stairs here are clear, but the air here is thick with old magics. I should move carefully, and I should not go alone. Still no sign of any fire. When was the house? Why then was the house abandoned? Right, because they originally told us it was because of a fire, but there's no fire here. And, I mean, maybe the Suppression Bureau no longer had a use for it, but I highly doubt that. I mean, I'm not saying that's what it suggests, but, you know, you draw your own conclusions. Anyways, right, so now, I want to see if I get him again. Damn it, okay. So, yeah, the boosts only last, until for one use. Not they are only per single use and not per day. So I'll have to. Do I have anything here that could that I could use? And I could feed him this bread. The coffee also has forge aspect. This has edge aspect. So sure, let's pour some tea. Then let's give him the tea, and then she should be able to, with the edge aspect, introduce me to the smithy. To the smith. So this here and this here. A nice drop. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. Speaking of, I should probably lubricate. Am I having a stroke? Lubricate my own vocal cords on that occasion. Right, I want to down the Grushans. Down to the Grushans. And now, since he has edge, he can introduce me to this guy. A firelit doorway. A mutual acquaintance will introduce me to Denzel the Smith. I might get 6 or even 10 words out of him if I'm patient. Denzel is a surprising source of practical advice. The smithy is now available. A memory of foresight, which I can preserve by dreaming. Denzel Smith, strong as oak, blackened by smoke. He will never surpass his father, and he is no longer a soldier, but he still has his craft. That would explain the edge aspect. Okay. Nice. Okay, I think I'm going to... I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. Sunrise, awakening. If light were not silent, it would be music. If music were visible, it would be light. Each day's light, Turog suggests, is faintly touched by the light of every past day, so in the light of every present day we may begin to understand something of days to come. At least, this appears to be his conclusion. But he stops in mid-sentence, apparently having lost patience with the act of writing. Or possibly been ambushed. I guess you never know with edge longs. Okay, so... this was Sunrise Awakenings. Should probably note this down. And then this, if light were not silent, right? And this. There we go. And now, what do we get? Lesson, Auroral Contemplations. I've gained more understanding of auroral contemplations. And memory, revelation. Some truths come to us from outside. Some truths come from us from outside or above. Okay, sadly I can't preserve this one through dreaming, since this only accepts those aspects. Then yeah, let's use this lesson to acquire a new skill. I've gained more understanding of auroral contemplations. Edge and lantern. So this is now a book I've mastered, so I'll put it with the mastered works. Now then, this was a sap, or no, nectar 4 thing, and I have nectar 3 to offer, which isn't quite enough. But if I understand this correctly, if I don't have quite enough, there's still a chance I can get it. To know what will pass in what has passed. The practitioners of this discipline see endings and beginnings, passages and transitions in the same mode as dawn and sunset. Okay, illumination and 𝐞𝐥𝐿𝐴. Let's see. Yesterday, the first sunrise. Yesterday's light determines the colors of tomorrow. And through illumination, we learn what that we all began in light. So we would get another Fost here, and of course for 𝐞𝐥𝐿𝐴 we'd have to upgrade it. Wait. Yeah, okay, so it only fits here. We do have another card with... And I mean, we don't really need more Fost, we already have 2. So yeah, I think I'm probably gonna hold out on this until we've upgraded it, and then we can use it to to progress further in the 𝐞𝐥𝐿𝐴 skill. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the only thing we lose is the rain, which we can't save anyway. And the health, which we would have otherwise used to gain like 6 pence, which, you know, that's not much. Nectar, a hedge of thorns? Perhaps. You've provided nectar, but not enough to match mystery nectar. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So, let's see. Worth a try, at least. I'm wondering what... Is that like a lump of coal or a meteorite in the claws of the mirror scope? It's a bit unclear. Now we have a lot of fat left over, which I'm just gonna use it to catalog some of these works. First, one of these Barovia ones. Wait, no. The contemplate thing is occupied, so that's not gonna happen. I could brew some of this coffee. It's also usable as a material, so probably craftable into something else beside the brewing, but let's use it like this. Oh yeah, and also we need a heart effort and sap knowledge, neither of which we have, unfortunately. A heart. No wait, we do have a heart soul, which would be our health, but we don't have a sap skill, so no luck here. Steam and scent both rise. Which timer exactly are you referring to? The one for the coffee, the one for the contemplate, or the daytime? Right, coffee. Pot, so... Pot probably means that it's 2 servings again. Steam and scent both rise. It's ready. Right, let's put this back down here on the shelf. Right, yeah, opportunities, there's still a chance. Ah, okay. So, art, it's educational. Possible inspirations from a relevant painting or other wall art. Stuff, also things. Possible inspiration from a relevant thing. Epiphany. It was for the man of letters to record these epiphanies with extreme care, seeing that they themselves are the most delicate and evanescent of moments' joys. Wait, what? It was for the man of letters to record these epiphanies with extreme care, seeing that they themselves are the most delicate and evanescent of moments. Oh, okay. Epiphanies, yeah. This mood increases certain aspects. Okay, stuff. Also things. Fiddle with something here. Increase relevant aspects by using a thing. Okay, okay, I see now. Do we have a sap thing? We have to, right? Somewhere. Nope, nope, nope. Ah! The bread. Nectar, full flower. I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. Memory, satisfaction, lessons, spices and savors. I've gained more understanding of spices and savors. Use this card with consider. Satisfactions. Some appetites are easier to satisfy than others. Okay, so it did consume the bread, which is unfortunate, but yeah. I wonder if it got consumed specifically because it was bread, or if I had used another thing, it would also get consumed. Well. Oh, yeah. I mean, they do like their spice, just not inside of their food, apparently. Right, the memory of satisfaction. Is that useful for anything? Not really, no. But we can save it. The question is just, would that be worth it? I think I prefer to save the Forge Lantern memory. Okay. Where did the 𝐞𝐿 cookbook go? Ah, there it goes. 𝐞𝐿 Tasty Treats. And we've mastered this. So, there it goes. And now, spices and savors. Yeah, I mean, though, you know, at this point it's 1936, so after the time the British conquered half the planet for spices, that they then apparently still didn't use inside their own food. Spices and savors. There is no sacrifice without sustenance. Dedicatable to the Bosque or ithestry. Spicing. Tool or knowledge that might be used to add more exotic savors. Interesting. This has like a special added ability. Now let's, I think, yeah, because I've already committed one level to ithestry, I wanna go with the Bosk. Oak, earth, ice, ash, stars, blood, drown to quenching, serve. That's Bosk. Another health card. Nice. The dwelling place of the soul. The ninth of the 9 parts of the soul. The only one that can be touched. There we go. What exactly do you mean, Moonwing? Oop, right, I always forget. I am so used to Cultist Simulator, we can just get rid of the Mantis by getting a card, but here we have to actually, since it's like an always accessible thingy. Actually, now that we have a sap skill and a heart thing, we can actually... Wisdom. The gardens of Hush House hold plants with many virtues. For those with the wisdom to recognize them, add a suitable skill. Something familiar. A corner of something metallic protrudes from the soil. Oh. Okay. A Bosk, I think, is like the wood. The lore of the primeval wood, rarely written, often felt. Automod, did I? Oh yeah, I just noticed that because it doesn't show up on the multiple. Yeah, exactly, though. I mean, moth is the lore of the wood. This is the art of the wood, I guess. Kind of a loose distinction, but you know. So yeah, this is going to take a little while. In the meantime, there's not much else. Right, it's already night time, so we should probably... Is it not nighttime yet? Okay, no, it's still dusk. Then I guess we still have time enough to categorize one more book. Yeah. I mean, wood moth is change, and wood also has like, but wood is especially like wildness, like a rejection of civilization. It's the one text, the text, if we enter the wood in Cultist Simulator, also like reinforces this with, it's difficult to resist the temptation to to dodge the low branches and prowl on wolf fours. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's definitely also Grail and Heart at play in the wood, because a lot of the wood, like the Velvet has Heart, I think. Yeah, there's a lot of overlap there, which makes sense because they're the three are in a chain. So Heart subverts to Grail, subverts to Moth, which is the lore of the wood. Yeah. I mean, I guess there's not really much subversion going on in this, so we don't really know how they play into the subversion order. Though, I mean, Nectar, if I had to place it somewhere, it would probably be between Grail and Moth, right? That kind of makes sense, because, like, Grail subverts into Moth because, like, the Moth sips from the cup, and then I would reason that, like, the cup or the Grail contains nectar, which then the Moth sips on. Yeah, at least it's not what was it? Thigh-borne thorax sweet. Ugh. Or what was the thing again? The other one of the things we had to eat for Ghoul. The one that the hemolymph. Ugh. That's probably the most least enjoyable ones of the things we ate. Oh, don't get me started on blood. Ah, damn it, one of the health cards is gonna be fatigued by the next day. Okay. Although, honestly... What do we have here? The Beekeeper's Ends. Dialogues with bees and uses for honey, as erratically recorded by Ricardo Milagro, gardener of Hush House in Musgrave's time. Alright, and this is Mystery Nectar 8. Subjects, insects, and nectars. The hive, the nest, and the chrysalis are the 3 secret principles of the lesser world. 2 of those 3 know the temptations of sweetness. Come on, go. There. Yeah, that's better. Don't want a gap between the books. Oh, Toop. Toop. I'd say Nectar more between Heart and Grail. The principle of blood. Yeah, that's also a fair point. Let's see. Do we have any? It definitely relates to all 3 of those original principles. Where do we have it? The green wealth in the world's veins, the pulse of the seasons. Long ago, some called this principle blood. Yeah, that's true, but it's like, from what I understand, it's like the blood of the trees, which, or ties into Moth again, since Moth is the lore of the wood. But yeah, I see your point. Anyways, I think at this point, I am probably going to call it quits for tonight, since there is a new dawn approaching, which I think is a good time to stop for tonight. I have been going on for a lot longer than I usually do, so I will definitely return to this, hopefully tomorrow, and on Wednesday, unfortunately not, but again on Thursday then. Oh, thank you for following, Smurfton. I'll, let's see, save. Do we have to name? Wait. Oh, I have caps lock on. There we go. Oh, interesting. The dot is creating a dash. Yeah, you're welcome, and thank you for watching. Alright, let's save this. Oh, it had a save. I didn't see that. Well, anyways, let's leave right here. It has been my pleasure to be your host this night. Remember to do the rites of appeasement to the gods of the algorithm. You probably know the ones already, if you wish, that is. And, oh, hold on. I could theoretically raid someone if someone is online. Let me check. No, I'm not really seeing anyone, so maybe another time. In the meanwhile, it has been my pleasure to be your host this evening. I hope to see you another time, and until then, have a nice night and safe travels.